What's going on, guys? What's up? How we doing? Hopefully you guys are having a good Thursday evening. We are back at it. Best Bet Live coming to you with a 2-2 No Limit Hold'em Deep Stack Cash game. You got myself, Ryan, also known as Country, joined by Trey in the commentary booth tonight. What's going on, Trey? How you doing, man?
Doing pretty well tonight. I came up with a nickname that maybe the crowd would like.
Okay. All right. What do we got?
Since I deal left-handed, I've been cooling some people off. I thought South Pole.
South Pole. All right.
Or Southpaw almost.
Yeah, I get it. That's pretty good.
Still pending. Still
pending. Yeah. I like the start though. We'll go with that. All right. So here we are getting things going here with our first hand of the night. It is a bomb pot. Now, quick disclaimer on this. This hand's going to be a little off. Unfortunately, in this hand, not all the information was gathered in the action tracker. So, seat 9, who is Jeremy, he is in this hand, but it's not going to reflect in the action tracker because his information was not tracked. So
this is a $10 bomb pot and flopped 6-3 deuce. We saw that Matt had our bet 15. Seat 9 called Jeremy. And then Jimmy C on the button raises to 65. And then turn played check. And now the river 4 of hearts. Matt had a rivers of flush, bets 100.
Yeah, as you see again there, Jeremy is in the 9th seat, and he is in the hand, but unfortunately his information was not tracked at the time. So
and so what happens here is Matt Hatter bets 100. Jeremy raises to 300. And then Matt Hatter actually folds his flush correctly because Jeremy actually showed his ace deuce of hearts. So he flopped bottom pair top kicker with the nut flush draw, turn trips, and then rivered a flush bigger than Matt Hatter's flush.
Yep. So
we're gonna the stats will be a little messed up, but we're gonna get the stacks adjusted in about 2 or 3 hands. So
right. Yeah. It's not
everything else is gonna be correct.
Yeah. It's not gonna take us too long to get it situated, but yeah, Jeremy does take down the bomb pot first hand. So as Trey just mentioned, that information will be situated. See a few supporters in here for the Mad Hatter. I guess you guys know which one he'll be. It's pretty obvious.
Exactly.
Say hey to Matt in the YouTube chat, as well as Steve, Jose. Poker's in the chat as well. Is that the same poker god that we had on the live stream a few months ago? I'm kind of curious. Justin's in here as well, Andrew, and of course Steve and Miss Deb. Good to see you as well. Sean as well in the YouTube chat. Good to see you as well. Charles, good to see you in the Facebook chat. Hopefully you're doing well. Thanks for stopping by. Appreciate it. And guys, just a reminder, we are a week away from our Best Bet Live meetup game. That's going to be next Thursday at Best Bet St. Augustine. Playing some 1-3 No Limit Hold'em, some 1-2 PLO, quite a few other games that we're going to be playing as well. It's also going to be the first night of our Summer Swing Series, our $300 No Limit Hold'em tournament, 100K guaranteed, flight number 1 of that tournament. So it's going to be a lot of fun. You guys check out the website, bestbetjacks.com, for all the details when it comes to our tournaments and much more. All right, so here we are. Next hand here. Jimmy raising it to $20 with 7-5 offsuit.
D's going for the 3-bet from his button straddle here. A little bit light, but Jimmy's really light here with the 7-5 offsuit. Kind of a non-classical 3-bet pot situation.
All right, King 7-10 flop, so Jimmy does catch a 7.
D's has a double gut shot. He can hit a queen or an 8 to make a straight.
Yeah, pretty strong flop for him.
He goes for the small C bet in this 3-bet pot, 45 into 120.
All right, so we're still heads up here. Trey on the turn.
Adds another flush draw to the board. I think these should consider a double barrel here. When you bet small on the flop, it's often to set up a big barrel because a lot of players will defend a small flop bet very wide with gut shots, with bottom pair, second, third pair type hands like pocket 9s, pocket 8s. And even middle pair hands will be facing a lot of pain if they face that big bet on the turn.
So that's going to go check, check, and now the river gives Jimmy 2 pair.
And he's going to check it. He probably thinks Dees just doesn't have much of a hand here when he chooses to check back the turn. Hands like king, queen, king, jack will bet that turn for sure.
And Dees is going to go ahead and fire out 200 here.
Full pot bluff, but he doesn't really represent much here when he checks back the turn.
And he does call, and Jimmy's going to show the 2 pair. Gets it done.
I guess Dees could have some flushes he's going for that max value with, but he's not really representing a set or a 2 pair there. Those hands would have made a bet on the turn.
And he did have the jack of spades, and spades did complete on the board.
Yeah.
But yeah, 2 pair going to be good enough for Jimmy.
Big pot coming the way of 7-5 offsuit.
Yeah, not too bad. News, we've got some returning faces to the live stream as well. BLT there in the 2 seats, been on our live stream before.
Amber O, a frequenter of the 2-2 No Limit Hold'em Deep Stack game.
Absolutely, yep. Amber, part of the live stream regulars. Smoke's been on our live stream before as well.
That is correct.
But the rest of these guys, relatively new. Jimmy in the 3 seats new. Dee's in the 5 seat. Has played on live stream before, but this is his first time playing this year on the live stream. And then Tim and, of course, Mad Hatter and Jeremy, all first-time players on our live stream. So, all right, so right now we got some limping going on. Action is now on Tim, who is on the button with ace deuce, and he's going to go ahead and bump it up.
Suited ace, almost always a playable hand. But doesn't look like he's going to get much folds. Jeremy defending his big blind with jack 6, and Jimmy defending his limp with 4 deuce offsuit.
All right, so here we are, 3 players to the flop. 7 queen king.
Nothing for anybody right now.
Didn't really hit anybody at all. Jeremy has a backdoor to clubs.
Whoever bets is probably going to take this.
Yeah, it looks like that's what Tim's going to elect to do. He is going to bet out, was that 30?
It's like a $30 bet.
Jeremy does get rid of his hand, and Jimmy does the same. So, yep, Tim just bets it and takes it.
Pretty good board for the pre-flop raiser. King and a queen are both nice high cards that he can easily have. But nobody just had anything there, really.
I was trying to see what he had, but.
By the way, of course, you got Chase in the box. He just came back from vacation.
Yep, he was not on the stream last Thursday, but he's going to be on Thursday streams here on out, I think.
Yeah. Thursday nights are typically his nights. Sometimes we'll bring him in for like a big game and stuff like that too.
Yeah.
But Chase, of course, one of the originals from the live stream crew.
Yep, he's very much a poker dealing and live stream veteran.
All right, so we got heads-up action here with BLT and D's. Ace 10-5 flop.
Chase is having about as much trouble with the cards dealing the flop as I did last time I dealt, so
like I said,
feel
vacation.
the pain.
Yeah,
it's vacation, and these are getting a little stuck on each other with the flop a bit.
Yeah,
these
cards have definitely ran their course for sure. But you know, they got a little bit of life to them. We should be getting some new cards in soon too.
Nice.
That we'll be able to bust out soon. So
just in time for maybe the Summer Swing Series main event final table.
Yep, absolutely. Yeah, Summer Swing Series, guys. A lot of tournaments is going to be taking place. It's going to basically be a featured tournament at all 3 locations. Event 1 being the $300 No Limit Hold'em tournament, 100K guaranteed in the prize pool. It's taking place in St. Augustine. That starts next week. The following
week after is a $200 50K at Orange Park multi-flight.
Yep, correct. Then the 3rd weekend will be a single-day event at St. Augustine.
Basically the run back of the stack at $300 30K.
And then the final weekend will be the main event, $600 No Limit Hold'em tournament, 100K guaranteed in the prize pool. 3 flights into that event, and then we will have final table action of the main event of our Summer Swing Series at the end of the month Again, you guys, you can check out the website, bestbetjacks.com. Has all the details as far as our live stream schedule and much more.
4-way flop, 3 players with a 10 in their hand. Smoke gets the most of this, flopping middle pair with his ace-6. Also has backdoor hearts. Flop going to check through really quickly.
9 on the turn.
Gives a gut shot to BLT.
Yeah, he does.
And it's a decent betting opportunity for him, given that both of other players in position on him check the flop and Smoke check the turn.
I wonder if that bet will actually go through. It does.
It does. Small bet gets through.
BLT taking it down.
Again, displaying the value of aggression here.
Yeah, for Smoke, all he had was really a pair of 6s. Didn't really have anything else.
Yeah, his hand was decent on the flop, but the 9 turn really changed things up. It made him a lot more likely to just be either up against a better hand or a draw that had at least 10 outs against him.
Right.
BLT with the king 10 had exactly 10 outs if you don't account for the dead cards. 3 10s, 3 kings, and 4 queens. So just not a fun situation to be in there with just a pair of 6s. The Mad Hatter with pocket aces. I don't think Seth added his extra 300 to Dee's stack.
And look at Mad Hatter. He's got the aces.
Jeremy going to cold call the 3-bet with King Jack suited. And Dee's is going to get reasonable pot odds to continue as well. He probably wouldn't call if he knew what either of them had. Spades are no good for him here.
Jack, trade, deuce, flop. So Jeremy does catch a jack.
Very safe flop here for Mad Hatter. No real 2-pair combos in any player's range.
Yeah, it's a rainbow board as well, so he's not up against any flush draws or anything like that either.
You know, National Harbor.
Does bet 100.
Yeah, I play there. Tournaments.
Jeremy's also unlikely to hold a set other than a set of jacks here, calling the $50 pre-flop cold.
Nah, not
He's on call. He's going to try to stay along here. Feels like that's still a good enough value to try to see a turn card.
Yep, top pair, hard to let go of. But now Mad Hatter's left with a half pot all-in bet on the turn, and I think it's going in, and I think Jeremy's going to call.
Yep. Well, especially now that they improved Mad Hatter having a wheel draw now too.
Yep.
So that turn card helps out quite a bit. And there you see the outs for Jeremy, just a king or a jack.
Yeah, they have 2 other rooms.
The best part about that turn card was it just doesn't really hit anything that Jeremy can really have either.
Daytona, Orange City, they got 2 rooms there. This room's huge. Are the rooms like this? Yeah.
I think Jeremy's getting the idea that Mad Hatter might, or not just might, but likely has an overpair here.
Daytona's got some good tournaments. I got 300 guaranteed coming up next month.
Looks like he is potentially going to call this off. He's got the chips that he is.
What day? 1287.
It's all good.
Thing like 3 flights, 1 day 2, and then a final table.
Yep, he does call it off.
Mad Hatter shows him the bad news, but we'll see.
Yeah,
Aces are going to take it down and double up.
So a nice hand for Mad Hatter there. Nice little double up for him. Increasing his budget for another hat potentially.
That's definitely at least 2 hats.
Yeah,
At least 2.
At least 2. Aaron B, good to see you in the YouTube chat. Hopefully you're doing well. Brandon as well. Good to see you. Appreciate all you guys coming through, and appreciate you guys hanging out with us here on Best Bet Live. I know a lot of you guys are here to see Mad Hatter. We appreciate you guys spending your Thursday night with us on that.
The other aces won with the 1 suit that I just have.
Oh,
From the juicy.
Yeah, they had aces. They had aces.
It's not a good feeling.
And the poor kings were dead
So it's starting, mate.
at the beginning.
3 seats. Start.
Oh, it's on me.
Yes.
Yeah, so we have a straddle on the button, so it's going to start with the small blind.
I'll call, boy. Call.
4.
You guys will have to educate me. The hashtag H4L. I saw that on a shirt. I didn't get a chance to ask him what that was for, so you guys will have to educate me a little bit. So we got 3 players at the flop here: Tim, Smoke, and BLT. Ace-5 Queen flop. 2 pair for Tim P. Straight draw to Broadway for Smoke. Hatter for life. Gotcha.
I thought that was security.
Thank you guys. Appreciate that. BLT is going to get out of there, and Tim just bets and gets everyone else to fold. Tim will take that down.
They got bomb sniffing dogs here?
Live stream schedule for this weekend, it's crazy. It's Memorial Day weekend already, and we're at our final stream weekend for the month of May. Of course, our 2-2 deep stack game we have tonight. Tomorrow night will be 2-5 no limit hold'em deep stack action, and then on Saturday we'll have some 5-10 no limit hold'em action. That will complete our live stream weekend. All right, Tim, Ace Queen off. So we'll go ahead and limp in.
Thank you.
Looks like we got a few folds around here. Action on Smoke, and BLT now raises it. Looks like he raises the 15, Ace-7 off. So it looks like we're going to have the battle of aces. Well, Smoke's going to play 2, Jack-9 suited. Of course, we love Jack-9 on the live stream. A queen, a 7, and a tray on this flop. So a pair of 7s for BLT. However, a pair of queens for Tim. That is in the lead. BLT's just going to fire 20. All right. Tim triples it up, raises it to 60. Smoke's out of there. Is going to go ahead and fold. BLT, he's going to continue with it. Feels like his pair of 7s with his ace is good enough. 8 on the turn. Doesn't really change much of anything. Now Tim's going to bet out 100, and BLT's going to let it go. Give it up. A little quiet at the table. We'll get it going a little later, obviously, once they get a few drinks in them.
I'll fall forward every
Don't
time.
waste it. So I'm not doing it, so he can do it.
All right, so action is going to start with Jeremy. Looks like we do have a straddle.
Now if everybody just folds 15, raise. No, that's not right.
All right, Jimmy's going to bump it up to 15. Queen 8 suited.
It's her
He
fault.
told me it was going to be good hand on this, but he told me he lied to me.
He's just going to call. Tim is in there, Ace King.
Get a hand.
And unfortunately for Mad Hatter, who did straddle, felt like his hand was not strong enough to straddle.
Yeah.
I like your hat, though. I'm going to tell you that.
Appreciate it.
Wow, Jeremy with a big 3-bet with King Queen off. 3 bets at the 70. Jimmy's going to call. Dees is out of there. Interesting spot here with Tim in the big blind. And he's going to rip it all in with Ace King. All right. We're getting ready to play a big one here. Maybe, potentially.
400, right? Ish. A little over 4. It's okay.
Wow, all this action all pre-flop.
Do I do this for TV?
Jimmy's like, nah, think about it on the other one.
That's right.
So, yeah, interesting that Tim decided to rip it all in. All pre-flop. Takes down 160. Well, increases the chip stack by 160, I should say. All pre-flop. You'll take that.
We have a button straddle. 300, I call it. 400.
stacking the deck, do you?
It's really stuck. There we go.
Must have been good. Must have been a lot of pain on that one.
Set up. I need a setup. Set up.
Yeah, the cards are kind of sticking together a little bit. Chase had a little issue with that one.
Do what?
I'm sure he'll adapt.
Oh yeah. Chase is a pro. We mentioned it already.
Oh, I got a horrible one before that too.
They were together because they were horrible together.
Did I win? I won. Yeah, you win. I won. You get one shift, get two of them back. That's right. That's a win. They even multicolored. That's right.
Uh-oh, what happened here? Did we lose our graphics? I think we did.
Uncertain.
I think unfortunately we may have lost our graphics here.
So right now it's BLT and D's heads up to the flop. Flop queen, 10-4, 10-4 diamonds.
Yeah, so unfortunately we don't know what they have in their hands on this one, but it is, as Trey just mentioned, well, BLT's gonna take it down. Just fired out the bet, and
Yeah.
that's gonna be it. Oh, he had a pair of tens. So we know BLT had the Doyle. Well, it was 10 deuce.
In memoriam.
In memoriam. I feel like if you get 10 deuce, you're obligated to play it at least once.
Thought about getting, you know.
It only makes sense.
Glad I didn't.
Definitely. All right, we have our graphics back now, so we're going to get to see all the action.
Three diamonds is enough. Folded card. It's raised to 15 from the 60. 7 folds. 8 call and that's it. Check 8. And check 6. 28. Fold from 6.
Steve, I just noticed that as well. We're going to get that fixed shortly, I believe. Uncertain how that was left.
10.
Jimmy C here with the 7's going to come in for the raise.
Come on. No?
I felt that.
Ray's going to go for, D's going to go for the 3-bet here with king queen.
Don't do that.
Looking like we're going to have a rematch between D's and Jimmy.
You hit that there every time.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like that's what we're supposed to do, right?
Right, but it's like I feel like I miss it. I have to go back to it like 2 or 3 times. I know you were doing the same thing.
Flop 965 rainbow. Pretty good one for 7s here. Not too likely to hit a 3-betting range. And D's electing to check back here. Set of 7s on the turn for Jimmy. 4-liner to the straight though. He's going to play to induce a little bit, playing a check on the turn.
25. 25 from C3.
Small value bet here on the river. And D's has probably just enough to call now with that queen.
Call from 6.
So that puts their head-to-head matchup pretty much at 2 to Jimmy, 0 to D's right now. We'll see how that plays out the rest of the night. They're definitely both getting involved in a decent amount of pots here, so we're going to see a good amount of matchup between them.
So many rules down here in Florida. So many rules in Florida.
Thanks for the heads up.
All right. 10.
Where are you from?
DC.
6.
Commanders fan?
Are you enjoying our bipolar weather?
Huh?
Are you enjoying our bipolar weather?
I've always
So
been
Jimmy deciding to raise in the blind after the 2 players in the blinds called the straddle.
Like 2 days ago.
I've heard like 1 minute it'll be like thunderstorm. It'll be like sunny to like 5 minutes later.
We are in that
We go to
monsoon
each
season.
season once
So
a
we're
once a
hurricane
week.
season, monsoon
We're gonna hit every
season.
season.
How much?
30.
30.
Call 3.
Looking like we're about to get a three-way, three-bet pot here. But in effect, it's a single raise pot because Jimmy's raise was in the dark. Both Jimmy and Jeremy here flopping a 9. That pair of jacks is pretty scary here. It's definitely not too difficult to have a hand with a jack in there that flops trips.
75.
75
Jeremy going for the small C bet and Jimmy going for a small raise here, 2.5 times X. Probably has the sense that his hand could be good here, but pretty vulnerable. 3 on the turn does not actually improve Jimmy here. It gives him an extra out, but he's still behind to the King 9 of Jeremy. Jeremy also added on a flush draw to his King 9. And he's going to choose to bet here.
85.
Looks like Jimmy's going to consider letting this one go. After Jeremy called the flop check raise, it's not too likely he has a made hand that Jimmy wants to see. Jimmy makes a good fold.
Thank you. It's going to be raised from 15 from the 19. Call 1. Call 2. Call 3. Call 4. Call 6. Full players.
Whole lot of spades out in these hands. 7 spades in these 4 players' hands. And still 2 spades on this flop. Jeremy with the best of it with the bottom pair and flush draw. D's with the gut shot and flush draw, and Butterfly with a flush draw that's beat both ways. Only 3% equity. D's stack is slightly wrong in the action tracker. He has at least 300 from what I can tell. And he's going to choose to call with his queen deuce of spades here. Jack on the turn leaves, gives D's the Broadways and has Jeremy drawing nearly dead. Only river card Jeremy can hope for to get a piece of this pot is another queen. But he's going to call with his flush draw that he does not know is good, not good. 7 on the river changes nothing.
Thank you. Straddle 100 seat 2. Call. Call 3. Call 4. Call 6. Call 7. Call 8.
I'll get change. Had 4 in there.
Oh, that's it.
Oh, okay. No worries.
Heads up, everyone.
$2 C3. Raise 10 from the 2 seat.
Charles in the Facebook chat, you are correct. She would have, but it would have been no good.
Call 3.
Jimmy calling the flop raise here with 4 deuce undercards. And then turning a pair, which is good.
He was checking, trying to track.
I thought ace high was good, honestly. It was good. Before the turn case, it was good. Checking the river too. I thought ace high was good.
I had a deuce and had you out kicked. You're welcome.
Button trap.
And mine was suited.
Raise 15.
Welcome to the game, dear.
Raise 50.
Steve, yeah, thanks for pointing that out. Sorry, forgot to change that. Of course, we
Yeah, I noticed that shortly before Steve mentioned it as well, so.
yeah.
Mad Hatter 3-betting with the mystery hand, and Amber Butterfly is going to call the 3-bet with ace-jack. Probably facing some domination concerns here with ace-jack. A lot of big pocket pairs and a lot of ace-queen, ace-king are types of hands that will 3-bet here.
Mad Hatter is going to go ahead and lead out, bet 50 or 40, excuse me. And
That's going to be enough to take it here.
Yep, Amber does let it go.
Thank you.
Actually, let me get that back.
Appreciate you.
So far, Mad Hatter doing pretty solid. Looks like he's up over 200.
Yeah.
As we're still in our first down here, so first 30 minutes of the live stream.
Yeah, the stats are going to slightly belie how much he's up. I think they need to be adjusted down by 300.
Oh,
because of the bomb pot
The
hand.
bomb pot, yeah, you're right. So he's probably, let's see, he's got.
He started with 500, and I don't think he reloaded, so I think the 746 is just 240 in profit.
Well, looks like, yeah. I'm taking a look at his stack. It looks like he's got about 500 in front of him.
I'll take a second look in a moment.
600 maybe. Yeah, we'll see in a second when the camera angle goes back to him. All right, Queen 10 suited, trade deuce, ace king, and 8 queen jack flop.
Very coordinated board here. D's with the best of it, top pair, and a gut shot with his 10.
And Smoke does have a draw to Broadway.
And overcards.
Yep.
But D's going to put in the check raise here with his queen. Tim P calling the raise here on the flop with 3 deuce.
Interesting.
Assuming that's his hand, he must be thinking about making a move later.
Maybe, but yeah, he's drawing dead if that's correct. If he's got actually trade deuce here, it's kind of interesting that he would keep going with that hand, especially with the flop. These bet 75.
Little under half pot turn bet.
He's on call. He must not have trade deuce. He must have something else. He's got to have a different hand because he does call.
Uncertain what hand he would actually have, though. 'Cause I imagine at least one of those cards is correct.
135.
Big river bet.
Wow, big river bet. 135. Now for D's, what are you losing to?
A lot. He Tim called the 55 cold on the flop.
Mm-hmm.
He could easily have a bigger queen. He could have a 2-pair hand that was just a little scared of the straight and flush draws out there.
Yeah.
He could even have something like the flop straight.
Yep.
But
Oh, he had ace hot. Oh, he had an ace.
it showed an ace of diamonds, so I think he had ace deuce of diamonds for an
deuce
ace
of
high
diamonds.
flush.
Okay,
Ace high
that
flush
makes
draw.
sense. Yeah. So if he had ace deuce of diamonds, then yeah, that definitely makes sense.
All right, Seth's taking over. Appreciate you guys.
All right, well, there we go. First 30 minutes in the books. Appreciate you guys hanging out. There's our man, Big Tex. What's up, Tex? Good to see you, man. Of course, Tex, part of that 5-5 PLO stream we had on Saturday, which was a lot of fun.
That was that stream was the funnest stream I've had in a while.
Yep, and Big Tex big reason for that too.
Great the first time.
Tech's always welcome on the live stream. Also a chat regular. Appreciate you, Big Tex. Thanks for stopping by like always, man.
So Seth is coming in for his first 30 minutes of the night. We're going to get a $10 bomb pot here.
Also got Tori there in the Facebook chat, going under the other profile that he's got. So Tori, good to see you. A deuce and a pair of nines for this bomb pot. Let's see what the players have here. Looks like it's going to check. Who has a 9? Who has a deuce? There's
BLT. Jack 9, the Adonis.
The Adonis getting it done. He's on about 40. I wonder if that would be enough.
Doesn't look like there's anybody with a hand to really contend him unless D's already folded, so.
Yeah, nobody else really has anything. Tim.
Tim, you haven't folded yet.
Yeah.
Sorry.
I think he thought he folded.
He thought he already got rid of it. Gotta tell him to stay off the phone.
It's the guy who wants the bomb pop. When's the bomb pop? Wants the one to have a club draw. One bet. I want to get called one bet there.
I had folded in my mind, guys. My bad.
Ask for it next time.
Yeah, that's what he just said. He thought he had already folded.
No, but I could bet 20. No one had a club draw. I can bet 20.
I had no clubs.
No one had no clubs. Any clubs got to call 40. Ball pot.
Once again, do appreciate you guys hanging out with us for this 2-2 Deep Stack live stream. We'll take this live stream to about 11:15 tonight.
Call 3. Call 4. 25 and the 6. Fold 7. Fold 8. Call 9. All in from the 1.
We get a rip from Smoke all in with pocket 10s.
So, the 1's not all in. Fold 3. 202 and the 1. Fold 3. Fold
So Smoke did limp this under the gun. Got a handful of limpers behind him. Then D's going for the ISO raise with Queen 10. And Jeremy calling.
And then Smoke essentially, I guess technically he 3-bet. I guess he wasn't completely all in.
Either way, he any amount he would 3-bet to would be showing that he's clearly committed to the pot.
Yeah.
So shoving makes a lot of sense. Kind of maximizes fold equity.
Gotta weather the storm, man. So you are a big one. The 2 seats out. Yes. Straddle.
Sounds like the straddle's in play here.
Yep, Jimmy's been straddling most opportunities that's been coming to him.
Yep.
Live straddle. Under the gun straddle.
Yeah, so we do have the straddle under the gun.
6.
And we're going to go ahead and fold and let it go.
So is D's as well. Looks like it's folding all the way to Jeremy in the small blind part.
Heard the straddle.
3 raised, 20.
20.
So Jimmy is going to raise it to 20.
Jeremy's going to call. Unsure what's happening with the graphics again.
Yeah, they kind of disappeared a minute.
Oh, here we go.
There
They're
we go.
catching up.
Yeah, it just took it a minute.
35.
Probably just had to get the
Check 9, 35.
action back going here.
Flop
Ace
6,
King.
4, 3 rainbow. Ace King high still good. Jeremy with Queen 7 for a gut shot and some live cards.
All right, so we will see a turn, and that is a tray turn pairing the board.
No real change to the board. And again, 3 of a kind on the board.
Check 9.
I check.
Jimmy's going to be happy to show down his Ace King here. Not going to really want to bet.
Right. Interesting run out on the board, though. Just getting the 3 of a kind there.
Yeah, not much of an opportunity for Jeremy there. With nothing really changing on the board, hard to represent much. And Jimmy's going to get the back-to-back straddle.
It's going to be kind of wild with what we got coming up. Obviously, we talked about our Summer Swing Series for the month of June, July, Christmas in July, one of our biggest promotions of the year that we do. August is going to be the Card Player Poker Tour coming through for our Summer Series. And then a couple months later will be WPT. So we got a lot coming up here for the remainder of the year. And, of course, December, wrap up with our big promotion of 12 Days of Christmas. So it's going to be a lot happening here at our location. So, guys, stay tuned. Make sure you bookmark our website, bestbetjacks.com, for all the details for everything we got coming up. There's going to be a pretty big rest of the year coming up here for Best Bet Jacksonville. And I think also for our other locations, too. They're going to be involved in some things down the line as well. So stay tuned. It's going to be a lot of fun coming up for the rest of 2023 for all of our Best Bet locations. It's amazing how we're going to be around the corner from each different event.
Yeah, deuces, we were racing.
That's 6-7 off. Everyone folded. I'm like,
Have you been here for when we had WPT, Trey?
I don't think I was. I started working in Best Bet in 2021, shortly after the last one.
Sure.
That was done here.
Yeah, it'll be my first one seeing here, so pretty excited for it. We're going to have a lot of cool things that's going to be taking place, especially with the live stream as well. Can't really say anything yet, but
yeah, with WPT around, you can expect really large live stream cash games.
Some meetup games potentially as well.
Yep, that as well. And of course, really big tournaments, big final tables, big featured and final tables. Even just day two, we may well just have a main event feature table during a certain day of the week.
Well, I know for our main event, we're basically going to be live streaming almost every day of the main event. It's going to be a lot of fun. All right, so we're heads up now to the turn, BLT and Jimmy.
I believe Jimmy C-bet and BLT called.
Yep, BLT is going to go ahead and... Oh, no, he had King of Spades. I thought he had King of Clubs.
Button straddle. 8 seats in.
Miss Kathy, good to see you. Doing all right. Just enjoying some 2-2 deep stack action. Got myself and Trey. What are we going with? South Pole?
Nah, we're gonna
revisit
shelf that. I came up with it when I was talking to Forrest when I was working on the floor one night. I know I cooled him out pretty bad.
So we're gonna
Still pending. Pending.
That's one of those deals that sounded better in your head.
Yeah.
Fair.
It makes sense, but it's kind of just has a few issues.
For the World Series.
You going this year? Yeah.
BLT gonna defend his straddle here, 3-betting 5-deuce offsuit.
That's a good turn. I'm going to play in event 74, the mini main.
We're definitely going to see some interesting hands play out tonight. We've seen both Dees and BLT defend their straddle very aggressively by 3-betting with just offsuit nonsense.
And both of them catch a piece. BLT with the worst of it, though, pair of deuces. Whereas D's caught a pair of queens on the
BLT
swap.
electing to to C-bet here, pardon. And
whoa.
It's a good sweat, too.
Yeah, and then D just decides to rip it all in, and BLT folding it.
The small amount or the big amount?
he was ripping all in for effectively 310, so it wasn't an absurd amount.
Right, yeah.
Like, why are we even playing the tournament?
Still probably not likely to get too much action except from hands that beat him, though.
Straddle?
Yep. Button straddle.
Is there an auto straddle button?
I remind you to get copy your auto stuff. Yeah, I do
Go
it.
Amber.
Yeah, I do it.
She's on the strap. P7 is out.
Looks like we got another straddle. Yeah, Jimmy, I think, has been doing the lion's share of the straddling tonight. He's straddling on the button here, so
Button straddle. Call it.
Amber's going to go ahead and call the straddle.
Fold 6. Fold 8, 9. Fold 1. 20 in there too.
Now BLT is going to bet 20 with ace-8 suited.
Call 4.
Jimmy calls as well as Amber, so here we are, 3 players to the flop. 8, Jack, deuce, flop.
Check.
BLT flopping his 8 to take the lead.
20 in there too.
He bets 20.
Pretty dynamic flop here. Top card only jack high. Some straight and flush draws are possible.
BLT is going to go ahead and let it go, and Amber looks like she's going to go ahead and come along.
Amber's going to defend here with the ace high. Getting decent pot odds and having some backdoor opportunities such as this. Queen on the turn gives her a double gut shot.
It does, and does go check, and unfortunately for Amber, she misses.
Yep, and she lets BLT show down his 8.
Very long stroke, flush draw, but then check the straight.
So we're that queen might have hit it too. Like when you call 20, it's like it's either a walk or some kind of draw something. So you got hand shuffle that all the time?
Yeah.
You can't put those in a shuffle 10 of them cards or
That they would.
not half a card.
That they would.
Straddle.
Chip over there.
And this is the reason why we do hand shuffle, because the cards do have the RFID chips in them. If we try to run those in a shuffler machine, they would definitely get destroyed.
I think
So that's why we do hand shuffle on the live stream table.
10 in there too.
Yeah, you know, that's very inclined to spend too much money.
Fold
I mean, we can play background with these, right? They do got shufflers, but they cost like a lot of money, like 100K or something.
That's very bad.
Dealers are cheaper.
35 in there 6.
Well said, BLT.
Fold 1.
So D's here with the kings, 3 betting. BLT going to defend the queen jack offsuit. Little does he know he is dominated. But probably just going to go bet and fold here on this flop.
10 in there 6.
D's going for a small bet here, very small, 1/5 of the pot.
Trying to keep him around.
And now he gets his least favorite card on the turn here.
Yeah, that's not the card you're looking for.
Kings often are referred to as ace magnets. But
And now full house, kings full of 7s.
he's probably thinking BLT doesn't have much of a hand here. If BLT had an ace in his hand, he would likely choose to bet a lot of them on the turn.
Yeah, so probably,
20.
yeah, pretty small bet. Try to get some type of value, but
He might be trying to induce as well. His line looks pretty weak. It could be a hand. These could easily hold a hand here like king, queen, or even pocket queens.
Call in the 2.
yeah, BLT
Indeed.
is going to call it off.
BLT's actually going to call here.
Not beating nothing.
Just
but I
hoping to
wanna
beat
know
something like 9-8, jack 10.
I have no pair, queen jack.
Pot odds were just too appealing.
Oh, you guys have hot hand?
Yeah, it starts at 8 o'clock.
Oh, I didn't make it 65.
Yeah, still got another hour before our high hand promotion starts back up.
$10
On a day like today, kings full 7s might be a good enough hand potentially. Although yesterday, when we had our high hand promotion going yesterday, I think literally every high hand that we had was quads or better.
Oh,
But if you get like
Oh, on Saturday?
No,
Or
yesterday.
Friday?
No,
Oh,
yesterday.
yesterday. Wow.
Wednesday. Like literally every high hand was quads or better.
I did see the games list yesterday that there was a lot of PLO going. Like even at 5:45, I think there was 2 5-5s and 2 1-2s.
Well, it was funny. Monday, we had a 5-5 PLO game going before noon on Monday. It's kind of wild.
On y'all.
That's right. 15-6.
Not yet. These here gonna make a big raise from the small blind. Jeremy with the king jack suited gonna come along.
Yeah, not just.
10-9-6 rainbow. D's flopping top pair. Jeremy flopping a gut shot and overcards. D's electing to check from the small blind. Probably thinking the board just looks pretty poor for his range and he shouldn't see bet.
40-6.
And then he's going to follow up his check flop with a very large bet on the turn.
Lost the hand. The winner gets a quarter of it, and the table splits the rest.
Jeremy's range is pretty capped when he checks back the flop there. Lots of hands that he just simply can't have.
Is there a reason why this has to be so tall, so high?
It's for the cameras. For the cameras.
I hate
For the whole
you can't
camps.
see your cards very good.
For the whole camps.
That's not there.
It's part of the skill. Yep. Hold on, what's up? So we had a button shove. It was. Fold 8, fold 9, raise to 6.
Button shot, right?
It's a button straddle. He raises 6.
Because it went from 2 to 4.
Yep, and
So
raise.
my 2. So from 4 to 6 is
Okay,
2.
fine.
Yeah, that's good. That's good. $6 on the one.
So can he
Fold
re-raise
2.
or no?
Yep, correct.
He can't?
Yeah, he's been raised.
Okay. All right, call.
Call 3,
I'm confused, so I'll just call.
call 4.
When in doubt, just call.
He said, when in doubt, just.
So Smoke going for the absolute min raise here to 6 on the button straddle.
Yeah, I want to say last time Smoke was on our live stream, he did that a lot too.
And Amber electing to only call her ace queen, get a multi-way flop here.
Ooh, pretty interesting flop. Amber does catch her ace, but D's with the pair of trays. Plus, he also has the wheel draw.
Yeah, pretty appealing spot for D's, but the times he does improve with a 5 or a deuce on the turn are not times he's going to be paid off.
7 on the turn.
Adds another gut shot for D's.
Yeah, man, D's is just improving each street. Is this going to call? You see all the outs, and he
None of them
doesn't
get
hit.
there.
Wow.
Amber still has her top pair, and she has the ace of spades for a blocker as well. Going for a small river bet. I'm just going to take it.
First hand of the day. Night. Yeah, right? Hand of the night. Chase ain't helping me over here.
Wow.
That's tough, right?
You know he's coming back, right?
Yeah, soon I'm gonna take a smoke break.
30-minute smoke break.
You can't do that. I got in trouble for accidentally doing that.
How you accidentally take a 30-minute smoke break?
Because somebody was talking to me outside and I lost track of time. So it was legit accident. I would never do that on purpose.
So we are back
Was
to
it
it.
on
Looks
the
like
stream
D's
or-
posting in after missing his
He
blinds.
came out that door and said, don't ever do that again. In so many nice words. So no, I won't ever do that again.
BLT gonna limp it in here with the ace queen.
Ace queen offsuit for BLT.
Very strong hand to limp in with. Oh, pardon me. It was Tim P posting in, not these.
It works somehow. Got you out there for 30 minutes, right?
I was trying to get away. I'm just too polite for my
And we have the best bet heads up.
too polite to
It
say
looks
no.
like 5-way going to the flop.
I'm trying to politely say, hey, I gotta go.
8-9-4 flop. Rainbow board.
Somehow we have a 5-way pot and nobody has hit the board directly.
Yeah, I say no one connected with anything, huh?
Butterfly Amber does have the gut shot and overcards. And BLT electing to bet his ace queen. I feel like when I see this type of thing, like when someone limps in with like an ace queen, ace king, they're doing it to re-raise pre-flop, but then when it goes limp to the flop, they often just kind of randomly play aggressively here and there,
Right.
even when it doesn't really make much sense.
30 and
And it's just hard, you have to fold up on it.
But ace queen's gonna take it.
Yeah, ace coming on the river for BLT.
Already good, but
Kind of solidified it.
yeah, with the river card, he knows he's good there, pretty much. A fun game so far.
Yeah.
Definitely feels like we're gonna get some
You want it?
some 3-bet, 4-bet bluffs at some point with the way Jimmy, BLT, D's, and others are playing
Yeah, I think between Jimmy especially, who's been straddling
every time.
almost every time he has an opportunity to, he definitely feels like he's probably the most aggressive player at the table. But I definitely feel like there's going to be something that's going to happen here where we'll see these guys mix it up for sure. We can see some big pots. It's kind of like just the calm before the storm almost.
Yeah, that's how it's feeling right now.
Just call bar.
So Jimmy calling from in the dark with his straddle, and we are also in the dark on his hand. Oh, there it goes.
7-8-5 flop.
Straight for Jeremy,
Straight for Jeremy.
but nothing really to pay him.
Yeah, no one else really
No
did.
top pairs, no over pairs, no real big draws that people have.
He's going to go ahead and bet 20.
I get you.
Jimmy may pay 1 bet.
He decides not to, though. Oh, Mad Hatter's going to call with his 2 overs, ace-9.
He has the gut shot with the 9 as well, and just
That he
added on a
does,
second
true.
gut shot here.
Mhm.
Again, these single card straight draws, just the biggest problem with them isn't their chance to win, it's just their ability to get paid when they get there, because the 4-liner on the board is just so obvious. Jeremy going for a half pot C-bet on the turn. He's looking pretty strong here, betting the flop and electing to bet the jack turn.
Mad Hatter does call. And board pairs with an 8, so Jeremy straight's going to be good enough.
Going to be good enough to bet with as well. Mad Hatter shouldn't have too many 2-pair or set type hands here. Immediate all in and immediate fold.
Yeah, that was a snap fold before Jeremy even threw any chips in there after announcing all in.
And that was a very large all in as well.
Yeah. So Jeremy does take down another one.
If his stack was 415 before he bet, I can't really tell.
Yeah, I think we're still trying to play a little bit of a catch up from the first hand. I think we're pretty accurate for the most part.
I believe I fixed his stack immediately afterwards, but
Right, yeah.
I wasn't sure what his stack was when he bet just now. I'm going to...
This one? Okay, I'm good though, right?
Which one is it? Hey, man.
As long as don't worry about it. Don't worry about it.
Let me see what that was.
Don't worry about it.
Just pick one. It's fine. Call on the 2.
All right, so it looks like we got a straddle on the button. This time Smoke doing the straddling.
Turned out okay, good.
Smoke trying to get involved here. BLT calls a 7-4 suited. Amber's in there with ace-10 suited. Got a lot of suited hands. Uh-oh, that Mad Hatter.
Amber's getting a lot of big Broadway aces today so far. She's had ace-jack twice, ace-10 multiple times, and ace-queen.
Mad Hatter has pocket queens. Raised up to 25.
Hey, I'm getting better.
Looks like there's some players calling.
Yep,
So it looks like,
3
yeah.
different suited hands.
Wow, all right.
Okay. Check 2.
So we got
All
to check in the
different
dark.
suits. What a
Oh
flop
my
from Mad
gosh,
Hatter.
wow. Queens full of 8s right out of the gate for the
Amber
Mad
in
Hatter.
a lot of trouble here, drawing to the ace-high flush,
Oh, she
and it's
does.
no good
She does
if
have
she
the
gets
nut.
there.
She does have the flush draw.
9 on the
on-
turn adds a gut shot for Amber.
Man, this is
Mad Hatter elects to check back.
if that's a heart on the river.
It looks red, I can't tell. I believe it's a jack of diamonds or king of diamonds. Amber electing to bet, so I imagine it is a heart.
I think it is. Oh, it is. Oh no.
What a brutal cooler
Oh
there.
my gosh, that is a cooler straight up. Mad Hatter is gonna. Yikes! Wow.
Brutal cooler.
Very.
Making the nut flush especially with that stack size. Just not much you can do there but get
Nope.
it in.
Yep, that was the way that story was written. Flopped full house versus flush draw, flush completes on the river, and Amber's going to have to reload. Big hand for the Mad Hatter there. Oof.
Not much else to say other than that.
No, that's that story wrote itself after that flop.
What's that? You need change?
There you go.
Take it on. You check it, please.
I'll check it. It's all square.
Can't tell? Just buy it like that?
So what?
Oh, wait.
Yeah. I usually can, but
I call.
call. Button straddle and a call on the 3, call on the 4. Fold the 6.
Looks like Amber does come back in for another 300.
7, 8, 9. Call 1.
Another 4-way flop coming up. All the left side of the table, seats 1 through 4.
Ah, pretty much, yeah. I see a 9 on the flop. 9 king deuce.
All diamonds.
All diamonds. Amber, the only one with a diamond in her hand.
Also top pair, just has a hammer lock on this hand.
Yeah.
Smoke the only other person with any sort of meaningful equity with his gut shot.
But looks like Smoke does fire out the bet, and Amber does fold. Folds her flush draw.
Amber probably just
And her top.
still reeling after the
Oh, yeah, yeah.
Button straddle.
ace 10 of hearts hand.
Yeah, that was tough. She also didn't really have a good kicker with her pair of kings either.
Yeah. Top pair, no kicker, definitely a tough hand to play. Another button straddle here by Jimmy.
Button straddle. Fold 4, 6, 7, 8, 9.
Folding all the way around to BLT.
Oh, look at that.
Jimmy's just going to take it.
I had 10-5. I had to pause for a second. Like, no, you still get a walk.
Jimmy got a walk with some set of Broadway cards.
King Jack, yeah.
Like, yeah, I still don't want to call here. Ooh! He didn't ask that.
I said I would do it.
But he said he would have to ask it.
Okay, I bad. All right, I wait for the ask.
Watch me quick. This is a straddle.
That'd be great. Yeah, I still get an option at the end.
Fold 8. Fold 9, fold 1. Great. $10 in the 2.
All right, BLT's going to bump it up to 10.
Call 4.
Queen 9 suited.
Amber just calling with queen.
Wow, interesting. All the queens are gone.
Inviting both the blinds in.
And for her, all the queens are gone, too, because Dee's has king, queen, and then BLT with queen 9. And look at this, flush draw for BLT.
Amber basically lost the minimum by just calling with the queens pre-flop. BLT flopping a flush draw, and both Dees and Tim flopping better pairs.
Wow. Dynamic flop. Trip aces now for Tim.
Things are getting really locked down now with that ace on the turn.
Yep.
Tim P with trips, no kicker.
BLT's betting out with his flush draw.
35.
That's 35.
Dees drawing dead, but still calling. Tim P has to be questioning whether his ace is good or not.
Call 7.
Just a little bit. Not going to fold quite yet, but definitely can't raise.
7. All in. All in.
Immediate all in
Whoa,
from BLT.
BLT rips it all in.
And
All
this
right.
looks super, super strong here.
That does. Again, for Tim here, I mean, trip aces.
Trip aces, but BLT is definitely representing trip aces plus himself here.
Yeah.
Bet the ace on the turn and shoved on the river into two opponents, but
Tim does call it off.
Hard to make someone fold trips.
Very much so.
Wow, that's a Superman call right there with a deuce kicker. Can I get your autograph?
So that caps off the last hour, the first hour of the stream. Pardon me.
Wow, wow, wow.
Good call from Dim. Thought he would take a little longer to do that, but
Yeah, he called that a little quicker than I thought he was going to. I mean, credit BLT for trying to put some pressure on him, but Tim does call it off, and it's going to force BLT to reach into the wallet and load back up.
and typically in a 2-2 game, when you see that kind of action, especially not heads up, it was 3 ways on a turn and river. You just kind of expect to be shown the goods there a lot of the time.
Oh, one person. Okay, one person.
But I mean, as he said it, he was trying to represent like a stronger ace.
Everyone.
He definitely holds a lot of aces in his range there. He opened from the hijack, bet flop, bet turn. You can have so many ace X there, ace king, ace queen, ace 10.
There's a button straddle, Chase.
And the fact that Tim was still able to hit the call button with ace deuce.
Maybe he knows something we don't. Maybe he caught a read or something. Sometimes when you see someone do something immediately, it can be sort of a timing tell too. And BLT literally did that frame 1 basically.
Yeah.
Raise 25 and it's a 4-4.
Brian Siegel in the YouTube chat. Hope you're having a good night.
Yeah, absolutely. Wait, you made it. You did make it.
Looks like he made it. Jimmy C getting aggressive here. Big raise with the 6-deuce offsuit, and everyone's just gonna lay it down to him.
That's the second time he got a walk like that.
Yeah.
Thank you.
All right, so here we are, and 1 hour down. Let's go ahead and see stats after this first hour here on the live stream. That's the way things look. Yeah, Mad Hatter.
Mad Hatter's should be adjusted down by 300, but he's still up 398
Yeah.
according to that.
Yeah,
and
he's-
Jeremy's should be adjusted up 300, so he's just down 85.
Yeah, so there we go. That's Trey providing a better update. Yeah, so but Mad Hatter's still up, especially flopping that full house
Chase, my turn.
over Amber's flush that she completed. That's where he got the lion's share of his profit. And yeah, no surprise here. Jimmy C, 50% VPIP for him.
Chase had his headphones on.
Right.
So we got a bomb pot here.
And all the flops.
King,
are
queen,
good.
ace,
The
flop.
first one. Oh, please, Lord, don't let me have that king.
Well, you got queen, jack.
I'm not gonna look
Check it.
like this. Look at this guy. Here it comes. Here it comes. Now I gotta look
BLT has ace 9. He has the aces.
Jimmy with a queen jack as well. Amber with an ace no kicker facing a bet and call to her. That's a pretty normal fold in a bomb pot. Just so many potential hands to beat you,
Yeah.
both in terms of amount and in terms of range.
One jack on the turn. So now Jimmy has 2 pair, but that does complete the straight for Tim.
Yeah, BLT using a small bet here, uncertain what he's trying to accomplish with that. And Jimmy choosing to raise his 2 pair. Also kind of a odd play with the 4-liner to the straight out there. And Tim P gonna drop the hammer, it looks like.
Yeah, it does.
Probably gonna end the pot right here with that raise. If Tim P knew what Jimmy had, he'd probably still do exactly this because Jimmy's not likely to put any more money in unless Jimmy makes a full house.
Well, and also Jimmy's also been the most aggressive player at the table.
That too. But when you do this in Tim P's spot, you typically just kind of expect to only get called by other straights.
How much do you have behind you? Thank you.
30ish. About the same.
I'm not sure what's taking Jimmy so long here. That's a turn 3 bet.
Yeah.
on a board where it just takes one card to make the nuts.
Thank you. Looks like I got one seat back.
I can't wrap it, huh? I needed to fold up.
Well, it's pretty.
I haven't really seen any questionable folds from Mad Hatter, but
But I was hoping with enough.
I don't think I've seen every hand he's folded really. He's just kind of not getting
Yeah, I don't
too
think.
many playable hands.
Yeah, I think a lot of it's been he's been pretty card dead. With the exception when he got the pair of queens and then just flopped the house.
You did, yes. Appreciate you asking. Thank you. All 9. And fold from the 1 seat.
Looks like we have a heads-up flop between BLT and Jeremy.
Check 9. Check 2.
5 on the turn, pairing the board. Looks like we lost our graphics again.
Yeah, a little frustrating to see.
Yeah.
But luckily this hand hasn't been too action, just been check, 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 check.
25 from 9.
Ace on the river here. Jeremy's going to fire it out, and BLT going to call and says he has an ace.
So Jeremy is going to take down that pot.
I believe he had king queen there because Chase pushed up the ace jack 10 on the board,
Yeah,
and not
so-
the fives.
Yeah, so he must have had the straight.
Button straddle.
Hopefully we get the graphics back this hand.
Throw my car protector on top of it, just forget about it.
Call 1. Call 2. Call 4. Call 6.
Handful of limps coming in. Smoke, Jimmy, and Amber.
Meter. 6.
$2 check.
About an hour north of Charlotte, close to Greensboro.
15.
Where you from? But I like to go there. Bryson City. Like that, you know, Tennessee.
Oh.
We'll tell you this.
Yeah.
Night before that, I went to that
I thought I heard it
just temporary now.
from you. I'm sorry.
My goodness, 3 aces on this flop.
A lot of business to that place. Yeah.
Where's that one at?
Danville, Virginia.
Check 1.
See, for me,
Check 3. Check 4.
where I live, 3.5 hours journey. And
Oh, so Jeremy catches a 5 on the turn, so he's got the aces full of 5s.
bigger, you know, completely put together. But they are in the temporary. They already have table games. They have slots. You know, so I mean, the only reason I would get Cherokee is we poker room ever.
Action on Smoke. He is going to go ahead and call to 30. That Jeremy bet.
WSOP does, yeah. And Cherokee's the only.
And the 5's going to play for Jeremy. Does go check, check.
Oh, both of them. Oh, yeah. If he had pocket 5, no, ace king would have been good, right?
Yes.
Ace king would, yeah.
Ace 5 would have been good. Ace 5 would have been better.
Same deal. High hand, you get 100. So.
All right, that's a good deal. Thank you.
Actually, no, better deal. I give him 101. Better than him.
They're also building one.
Is there one?
I just need to do you the jackpot.
The jackpot? Yes.
There is one, but it's
Amber
it's a
don't want
very
the bad
small
beat. She
casino.
said it's too small.
I've never been
I
there.
didn't say that.
She didn't say that.
I did not say
They have a
that.
few slots, but they don't have a
You
poker
weren't
room.
here when it used to get up to 300,000.
Ooh.
Nope.
Right, Chase? Okay,
They
thank
don't.
you.
What's
I
qualifying?
don't think they have a sports book there either.
Quad ace.
So, I was just, now that comment was with some type of backlash.
So Amber here with the queens, but not getting any action except from Jimmy in the big blind.
Queens are running hot right now.
Yeah, they're moving around a little bit.
Definitely been showing up.
Down to Charlotte.
Check 4.
All right, so we are at the flop. Oh, there's an ace there.
Ace 7-6 rainbow.
5 on the turn.
Adds a possible straight to the board.
And a deuce on the river. Queens are going to hold up.
Amber expressing a little surprise here to have that pot come her way. She's been a little snake bit today so far.
Oh, yeah, especially.
She had the queens earlier and they had the ace-king flop as well.
Yeah.
Oh, no, she
But queens have been successful tonight so far.
Let me see if I make her photo pop here.
Again, guys, a reminder, don't forget, next Thursday, the Summer Swing Series starts over at St. Augustine, Flight 1 of Event 1. $300 no limit hold'em tournament, 100K guaranteed in the prize pool for that tournament. It's also the same day that we have our Best Bet Live meetup game at 2 o'clock. It's going to be a lot of fun. Check out the website, bestbetjacks.com. So Jeremy has pocket kings here, ace king for BLT.
BLT electing just to call pre-flop, and it's gonna pay off for him here because he doesn't hit much of anything. He might decide to call one bet here with his ace king high.
Yeah, just to see maybe if he could try
Maybe
to,
not that big.
No. Jeremy firing out the bet, pretty sizable. BLT does fold. Volta, good to see you in the YouTube chat. Hopefully you're doing well. Thanks for stopping by.
That is one thing that we see a good amount when we're watching these 2-2 streams that we don't really see at 2-5 and 5-10. Definitely a little more pre-flop passivity just in general, but specifically with hands like ace king, ace queen, I feel like the 2-5, 5-10 players often, like very frequently, use those hands to 3-bet, whereas here at 2-2 it seems just kind of random whether they do or not.
Like it's folding around. BLT now does raise it up. Jack 4 suited.
The Jack 4.
Playing the Robbie.
Not the right suit, but you know,
No.
you gotta work with what you got.
Exactly. Oh, and then Jimmy just flops 2 pair, queens and tens.
Not looking like the Robbie's gonna work out for him as it stands right now.
No, the Robbie's going to need a lot of help.
Jimmy again with a 2.5x flop raise. Definitely a frustrating one to play against sometimes when someone just raises a flop frequently and small. Puts a lot of pressure on you.
Warren says, can we get our boy Blue back on the ledge? Blue was a very interesting individual.
That was WD, right?
Yes.
He was a very interesting player.
Very much so. All right, Matt Hatter, the offsuit one gapper, 7-5 in the muck.
Just as I said earlier, he's just kind of looked pretty card dead so far.
Yeah. That was you. Oh! That makes sense. That 100% makes sense.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, whatever you want. Just come on back.
Yep, we do have our June live stream schedule up, so if you see some games you want to get in,
definitely sign up. Yep, the June schedule is up on the website, bestbetjacks.com. All right, Tim's going to 3-bet it, 35, and Jimmy's just going to go ahead and call it because Jimmy just wants to play cards.
Yep, Jimmy in position here, and
it's not a bad flop for Jimmy.
Pretty good flop and very bad flop for Tim P's range here. Just kind of doesn't interact with the big cards and big pairs he can hold.
Well,
Jimmy rivering the straight.
The straight does
Tim P kind of let him get there though.
Yeah, he did. It's still a pretty long list, WD, for tonight. I think we still have about 10 names on the list, maybe. Not
really any hope of getting on this game tonight.
Right.
I'll pay y'all. Straight's good. I messed up not betting the turn. I didn't think you would check the second time. I ain't seen you check twice in a row yet.
Thank you. straddle.
Tim even admitting it there that he kind of let him get there. Missed out on a bet. WD, if you are interested in playing 2-2 in June, we do have days like June 3rd, June 10th, June 15th.
Yes, 9 fold, 1 fold, 2.
Those are only 2-2 live streams actually, those 3 days. Dave Jordan, I'll let Ryan know that you want on tomorrow night's list. He's not in the room right now. Wow, what a flop for Jimmy here. Not only flopping the straight, but also an open-ended straight flush draw. But nobody with anything really to call him with. Mad Hatter's going to use that ace on the turn as an opportunity to bluff with his underpair. But you're not bluffing Jack 8 off this hand.
Check 8.
Mad Hatter giving up on this river.
35 from the greasy.
Can't tell what the river is. Looks like a wheel card.
Did you get anything for a straight flush?
I think it's yours. No, just has to go. Just the
W, I'll let Ryan know as well.
You get something for a roll.
yeah,
Yeah, wait till
royal and a steel wheel.
8 o'clock?
We'll get you on that list, man.
Royal flush.
You weren't kidding about the 8 o'clock thing, right?
WT, there are some 5-5 kilos going out on the floor today. For June, we also do have some 5-10 PLO games listed on the live stream calendar, but they may get bumped down to 5-5 on day of.
Dylan didn't tell me that. I didn't know how hand was not.
You're welcome.
I won't be checking it. No way. Trying to get there.
8 folds, 9 calls, 1 fold, 3 fold. How much more can we get?
40 minutes. We could have sat on it.
Fold 4.
4 minutes. I'd have somebody call clock on it.
Raise 15 from the 6. So the hand has to start with that. So you're
Oh, it has to start. Okay.
keep people from doing that.
So D's here, gonna go for the ISO play with the ace-6 offsuit, but
I mean, why not?
gonna get calls both by Tim and Jeremy. Going 3 ways to this flop. Decent little flop there for D's. Has a gut shot with his 6 and actually still ahead with his ace high. Not much for them to do but fold to that $35 bet. Back to it with Jimmy straddling once more. Says he's auto straddle and doing it both under the gun and the button, so definitely no stranger to action.
As much as this guy's raising it, I think you're giving him my card. So if you can correct that for me, I'd appreciate it.
You should see what I'm reading.
Free play. Check 9, check 3, check 6.
That's a pretty action card on this turn. D's turning top pair, but Jeremy turning an open-ender plus flush draw here. As you can see, he has 40% equity. Pretty good for a draw on the turn. D's not much left for him to do on this, facing this bet, but just a call with King Jack.
That's it. Check 6.
Jeremy not going to fire another bluff here. Dees will happily show down his top pair and be good.
Gotta go big. I was thinking, what can I get to fold?
Thank you.
I thought maybe you got a 9 of hearts and then a river to straight. So, looked into it straight.
Fold 6. Fold 7. Raise 7 and 8. Fold 9.
Ooh, ace king versus jacks this hand. Hatter's been kind of silent for a little while,
Raise. 3 from 1.
but jacks are a snap 3-bet here. Cut off versus small blind.
40.
Does Matt Hatter want to get it in?
Not too late.
Oh, no, I'm in a good spot now.
Nope, just gonna call.
Alright, I'll be gone. 30 minutes?
Ace queen 4 flop. Smoke can't like seeing that.
31 minutes. Bomb pot. Bomb pot. Bomb pot.
Decent for his perceived range, but jacks are definitely
Flash pot.
performing pretty poorly there.
Looks like our 2 seats in a buy. Thank you. 2 seats buy. 3 seats buy.
Oh, rent is,
Seats
sir.
around. Oh, waiting.
I only get it one time per
No,
orbit.
Just 1 blind. Oh.
You can still straddle, Amber. Just letting you know the options.
I appreciate it.
See, they hit you with the peer pressure of the hardest.
I already looked at a card. Oh, darn.
Dang. She won't ever fall for the
Dang.
peer pressure.
Dang, I looked at a card. Oh, darn, I looked at both of them. Both suck.
That means we were supposed to.
This guy's rating every hand. We figured that out already.
It's supposed to be your cards, but this player's out, so
Oh.
That's why he
Messed
rated that
it
with
up.
5
Oh,
higher.
See
okay.
see what happened?
blame the 3 seat.
You didn't see the 10 hands that folded in a row,
That's why I said that with 5 higher earlier. I thought the same
Jeff.
thing,
Fold 1 and 2. It's going to be heads up. 6 and 7.
too. One of the ones that came through, I hit a pair, but it got re-raised and got a fold.
Hey, I just need to take the checks when it comes to me.
There you go.
15.
Take the graciousness. I try to be greedy.
So queen 7-4 rainbow flop here. D's gonna see bet small, and Tim's gonna peel with the 9-8 and turns an open ender,
Check 7.
but chooses to check it back when D's checks.
Check 6.
You're good.
Checking 7.
Ace out good.
3/4 straddle.
Alright, so we're going to go back to 2 blind 1 second. Check and change. Thank you.
I was going to go bluff on the river, but the board parent didn't make any sense. Don't make a bet there.
Give me a chance to win one against me.
Well, the turn call was great. I had 8-9. My favorite hand.
D9 suited.
8-9 suited is my favorite hand, but that was not suited.
Okay.
That was 8-9 of diamonds. I'm definitely betting the turn.
I call.
No raise this time? Getting out of the way. That's dangerous.
Call 6. Fold 7. Fold 8. Fold 9.
I don't want to get raised. Yeah, I'm just going to see a flop on
1. And a check. 3 players.
All right.
Check 6. Check 1. Check 2.
Yeah. Smoke with top pair here. D's and BLT with not much on the flop, but both turning straight draws on the turn.
Raise.
BLT turning the open ender, but facing the bet and the raise, decides to let it go.
Check 6. Fold 1. And fold 6. Thank you.
Hey, smoke.
Smoke Smoke's flop check actually maximized for him there. Got him way more action than if he bet the flop.
Smoke.
I promise.
That's
Can't hear you.
like a tail, not an ass.
Worm just texted me and said you look so preppy. Who? Worm. Bill McGuire.
Did you just ask me to straddle?
Please, baby.
Hey, we got a button straddle.
Oh,
And a baby.
look out.
I'm sorry. I should've-
Uh-oh.
It was
Rare,
straddle. It was the
rare
initial
button
there.
straddle from Amber here.
But the please on there was good.
Don't fell from the finger.
What about the baby part?
We'll see how this one goes.
Yeah, kind of curious.
Right, I think that was neutral, right?
He's opening it up for a raise from the small blind here.
That's in your realm of speaking, that's neutral.
And it looks like Tim called and Mad Hatter did fold.
These with the suited connectors.
And now we see a 3-bet from Jeremy.
I didn't even get to look at
King Deuce suited, 3-bet it. All right,
Game is opening up a little bit.
that it is.
Suited king makes for a decent 3-betting candidate with the king blocker.
And now here's Tim. And he's going to let it go. So Jeremy's going to take it down pre-flop after the 3-bet.
And he shows the king deuce as well.
King deuce, we have like king 4, king 5.
Oh, I had it wasn't that.
More likely,
Both his cards
we're
still
probably
big enough.
shopping.
You were gonna peg that deuce.
Both his cards, they're like this, my straddle.
Definitely seeing a little more open game so far.
That's my
Jeremy, BLT, Jimmy all look, and D's all looking to mix it up a bit.
Yeah, you only missed.
Yeah, you missed a big, you missed it.
Can I raise the
Yeah.
money?
Straddle one button.
Jimmy again asking if he can raise in the blind, but gotta act in turn, buddy.
Yep.
Yeah, he only misses big.
I only missed
Because
a
he
big
bought
one.
If you missed a big, you have to miss.
No, one small.
No, because he was big without him and he bought it. He was big, and then he bought it and he wasn't anything.
15 from the 17th.
I buy twice.
Oh my goodness, what a cooler here. Kings versus queens pre-flop.
We've seen this Netflix special before. Kings and queens.
And both in the first two positions technically, since they're in the blinds and it's a button straddle situation.
Yeah, because he paid his big, he bought it, and then.
And Tim P looks like he's putting together a 4-bet.
Makes it try that. I see. Confusing the poor Dylan.
Pretty big 4-bet here.
Yeah, we're away from
Over
it now.
triple the 3-bet size.
Right, yeah.
Right, exactly. Absolutely.
And Mad Hatter are going to make us another solid laydown tonight.
Wow.
Nice fold.
He laid down the flush in the first hand and was correct with in the bomb pot. And didn't seem too tortured folding that queens to the 4-bet.
Just had queens a minute ago.
They got beat.
No, they didn't. You won that hand.
So very solid play there.
You know all of them set up 200 roulette.
You didn't see
Yeah, I didn't see that
one.
one
smoke
You didn't see them, but they were dead.
Wow. Interesting. No, hey, Hatter showing he's not afraid to let a premium hand go when he feels he's behind.
It's definitely a necessary thing in this game. People's 4-bet ranges can just get very polarized to the nutted type hands like queens plus ace king, even with ace king being often just called. Tim P, kings last hand, now aces.
Raise 15 from 7 to 8 card. But I am right.
And actually going to get a good amount of action here from some of the more action players today.
15.
Jimmy, BLT, and D's all limping in and then calling the 15 with pretty low wheel cards, all of them.
Check 2.
Deuce for both BLT and Jimmy, but those 2 9s on the flop are definitely going to put a damper on the action.
55.
Check 6. 55 from the 17th.
And Tim P choosing to bet quite large. Almost full pot, 55. Looking pretty strong here with that. Doing that against 3 opponents. And both BLT and Jimmy going to fold their deuce.
Then aces. Man.
Whoever was standing up on the table need to leave. Y'all need to go away now.
Just to remind me to tell me back. You didn't miss a blind. Oh, you're
No, I was getting to ask you, I get the button.
I put that there to remind them that you're back, so we can put you in the computer.
Okay.
Appreciate you guys.
So Chase deals the big kings, queens, Kohler,
Dealer change.
but Hatter folds and then gives Tim aces, and then he decides, all right, Seth's turn. Another $10 bomb pot coming up, I believe.
Oh, my bad. He is. Oh, my bad. Look at this video.
Oh man, it slipped out of my hand and crossed over the line. I guess I gotta play it now.
Somebody beg me.
Please, man, please.
I mean, you can't be the only one that's the problem. I have to do that?
Button straddle. Or, bomb pop. Sorry.
One of these.
Hey, you know what? Bomb pot with a button straddle. That would be a new one.
I don't even know how you play that.
Hang on first to act.
Just go on.
I do first act either way, so it don't really matter.
Ace, 9, 8, 2 spades.
Check.
Check one, check three, check blue.
Check 30.
Jimmy C electing to bet. 10-8 for bottom pair. So far the best hand as we're seeing.
Call.
Tim P with the open ender with 10-7. Looks like it's going to fold back to heads up action between Tim and Jimmy. Going heads up to the turn here. King on the turn, adds another flush draw to the board. Jimmy's going to continue his story here. Repping a pretty strong hand and only has bottom pair.
I mean, I could. Pretty good flop, you know. For a
Good
trash
enough to
hand.
get Tim P to fold.
Two suits on the board, that cuts my out way down.
Straddle.
Straddle.
Tim P saying that the two different flush draws on the board cuts down his outs. It's somewhat accurate that his outs are less clean, but you do also have the opportunity to represent those flush draws when they come in as a bluff. So sometimes drawing to a straight on a rainbow board is actually less appealing than on a two flush or even two flush draw board, just because you get more bluff opportunities on the flushy boards,
You know what? I hope you hit a.
especially in a bomb pot where you can flop so many different flush draws.
Yeah, I was about to say, especially with all the different variants that could be in a bomb pot, you could easily get, you know, a pair out of that hand easily, because you could definitely use the board in your favor.
Yeah. You can get even bigger hands to fold sometimes. Maybe not specifically Jimmy, but you could definitely fold out some pretty strong hands when flush runouts come, especially in a bomb pot.
15. Yeah.
Last one I got hit at Daytona, it was quad king, straight flush to king. They both still have money behind them. The pot was like less than 200. How does that happen?
They already knew what was up. They said, let's not give it.
You should still have it in there. I mean,
So limp pot here. Jeremy flopping the most of it with his jack.
Tim does have a flush draw with
Oh,
his pair of
pardon me.
eights, yeah.
I thought for a second it was a rainbow board. I didn't realize it was a two flush.
Yeah.
So bottom pair and a flush draw for Tim P. Jeremy going to come along with middle pair in his position.
Now 4 on the turn.
Tim P's definitely shown a little less aggression on the turn with his draws. He's definitely been betting flops and just kind of checking turn with a lot of them.
So Jeremy did fire out a bet after it was checked to him, and then Tim did call it. And Jeremy somehow able to fade it.
Yeah, fades everything.
Jack is good, gets it done.
Good flop on my hand. It did pan out.
Tim's had that a couple times where he's had a pretty solid flop to play
Yeah.
with, but still though, it's been a solid night for him. I mean, he had pocket kings and pocket aces back-to-back hands and took those down. So
Yeah. He's had a few other good pots come his way too.
he's had an okay night.
That's something you need to look for when you're playing in your games. Some players will bet the flop with a draw, but often hesitate from continuing on with the aggression if they don't complete. So typically if you see a player like that and they bet the turn,
5-5 now.
they either have completed their draw or they have or they started the flop with a made hand like top pair plus.
Sorry, did you say PLO?
5-5. What did you PLO?
Cold card.
Pineapple? No, that.
No.
I mean, it's Florida.
You can play video if you want to. That's cool. 4 cards or more. That's all I ask.
Raise 15 and the 7, fold 8.
There's a chance.
Yep.
Tim with another nice pocket pair here, pocket tens.
15?
Amber limping in the sevens, probably going to call when it comes back to her.
It's good enough value to where you can still see at least a flop with your pocket pair.
Yeah, one of her sevens is dead, I believe, but Tim P's still with the best hand with tens, but can't feel too good about it with that ace on the board and the 3 flush.
Checks around.
Choosing to check.
King on the turn.
And the board's just getting more and more ugly for Tim. But he still has the best hand.
He does. And he does have the 10 of clubs in his hand too. But even then, you still don't feel good about it.
Yeah.
Trey on the river.
Oh, queen high. Pocket 10.
Pocket tens gets it done.
Yeah, nobody had much of a hand that they wanted to bluff with or go for value. So just kind of everything checks down. Best hand wins.
Like a bad launch here, sir.
On
Amazon. Papa chairs.
Hey, now Amazon got good stuff now. Most
Decent.
most of the stuff in my house came from Amazon.
So we had a button shot on the call. And folding the 4, folding the 6. Folds to the 9. Fold 1.
Here's 5. Slow down, gentlemen.
Bet 10.
Jimmy betting in the dark on this flop, and the no look pays off.
He does got a flush
Flops
draw.
a flush draw, but BLT with middle pair is still ahead.
Now does turn a pair of sevens. Does get a few more outs to work with to that. Oh, white screen. And BLT gets trip tens.
Actually have a decent hand.
Something called 25. Well, we got something called 25. That's something to raise 75 though. That'd be a flush.
Oh, maybe I should stop looking at my hands.
Wait, you can look at your cards on the game? It's not against the health rules.
Jimmy's just wanting to play hands. That's all he's doing. He's just having fun. But it might be a good idea to take a look at your hand every once in a while.
I play better sometimes without looking at my hands.
I usually do better when I don't know what I have. When I know what I have, it gets me in trouble.
Button straddle. Fold 3. Or 4, fold 6, fold 8. 17 and 9, fold 1. Call.
Jeremy and Jimmy going heads up to this flop.
Heads up.
Ace, queen, ace.
Giant cards and paired board definitely
Check around.
looks good for Jeremy's range, but he's going to choose to check.
7 on the turn.
King Jack the nut, no pair hand here. Feeling like maybe a hand not even weak enough to bluff almost. Especially now with the queen coming on the river.
Oh, chin high might be good.
Double paired board.
King eyes.
Well, I was thinking Jack eye.
King is good. Gonna take it.
Again, do appreciate you guys hanging out with us. Appreciate you guys watching this 2-2 no limit hold'em deep stack cash game we have for you. Again, we'll take this live stream until about 11:15 tonight.
One time I had pocket deuces. It was a straddle 5, called 5.
Tomorrow we'll be back at it with some 2-5 no limit hold'em deep stack action. And then Saturday, 5-10 no limit hold'em action. Tomorrow's live stream will start at 6:15. Saturday's live stream will start at 4:15. As always, guys, you can check out our website, bestbetjacks.com, for all the details.
It's pretty fun to have those 3 games in a row because it's going to be kind of a different group every time. We might get some similar players in both the 2-5 and 5-10, but they probably won't be totally perfectly crossing over.
Right.
2-2 and 2-5 are both games in best bet that we pretty much, not pretty much, we do run every day and get multiple tables of. 5-10's a little more rare.
Yeah, by far our most popular games in the room, though, are 2-2 and 2-5 as far as no limit hold'em goes, and then 1-2 PLO and 5-5 PLO are
Yeah, those are
popular
next up.
PLO's games. Yep.
First three full gets counterfeited on the turn or on the river, and he makes queen 4 aces. And so the girl that was ahead at the very beginning, that's just gross.
Probably the 2 craziest. I'm trying to remember what it is. I saw, when I was over at Orange Park, I saw set over set on the flop. Everybody got it in, and bottom set hit quads on the river. And then when I was playing at Bally's in Vegas a couple of years ago, I had top bow, queens, and there was 2 sevens on the board, and a lady rolled over pocket 7. And it was like a 6 in a row, I thought. And she was so problem. Well, I mean, I lost
Looks like we got a button straddle, so action's going to start with Tim in the small blind. King,
Another
queen
monster
suited.
hand.
Yeah.
Gonna elect just to limp with the king queen suited though.
15 and the 2, call 3.
Seems to induce a little action behind actually.
Yeah.
Ace-6 BLT probably wouldn't have even played if he raised.
Jack 4 queen flop, so Tim does catch a queen here.
BLT just gonna check it back on the flop.
Now king on the turn.
20.
2 pair for Tim. BLT does have a straight draw now, but he is going to let it go after Tim does fire out the bet. Tim takes down. Handy, what's up, man? 7-card flush, good to see you. Amber got cooled off in a pretty bad way earlier. She rivered her nut flush, but unfortunately, Mad Hatter there, that you see with the Mad Hatter hat, obviously, flopped a boat right out of the gate. Pocket queens versus ace-10, and yeah, Amber got
pretty brutalized on that
yeah,
one.
got cooled off in a pretty bad way
Sorry, I didn't know You're good.
when she rivered her nut flush.
Not hit my ace on the turn. Press flag.
Do what?
Fold 1, fold 2. There's a flag on the flag.
It's a yellow flag, right? Not a red flag?
No, it's a red flag.
So trying to work herself from being
I
unstuck.
thought that was safe for relationships.
Oh, Amber folded out a turn.
Saw the card.
Yep.
In relationships, I wait to
Jimmy
see
back in the
how
mix, opening 9-4 suited.
Yeah, it looks like it's definitely been an off night for Amber. She just folded out a turn.
Jeremy gonna defend his big blind with ace-9 suited and flopping the nut flush draw here.
Wow.
30 in the 3.
Jimmy's going to bet 30 with his 9 high.
Jeremy has both options really available to him here. He could choose to bet, he could choose to call, he could choose to check raise.
It looks like he is going to raise it, and that will get Jimmy to fold.
The risk of raising there with your nut flush draw is just if you get 3-bet, it's kind of a brutal spot. You have to kind of fold your equity even though you have the nut flush draw. Positive is you kind of stop your opponent from bluffing. You can move them off a few hands that beat you, like ace king, ace 10, and apply a lot of pressure to hands like just top pair, middle pair. Maybe not immediately, but eventually you can get them to fold, maybe.
And the 2, fold 3. Fold 4. Fold 6, 8. Call 9. Fold 1. That's it.
Another flush draw for Jeremy here. Much lower rank this time, so we'll see if he changes up his strategy here.
15 and the 2.
Gonna use the check raise once more. BLT with 9s on the jack high flop. Cannot be loving his spot, but he's gonna call once. Yeah, of course. So Jeremy picking up a gut shot here, going to continue the aggression, betting 65 on the turn.
Yeah, and it's going to work if Jeremy gets it through. And I think he showed the bluff. He did. Although, like you said, he did have the flush draw with him, too. So,
If he still had a few ways to bail himself out.
yep.
Thank you.
You want it? Straddle?
Yeah, I'm straddling.
Also thought 3-7 too.
So this might be the first time Jimmy's not straddling because Jeremy's choosing to straddle.
I think Jimmy is definitely trying to get other people to straddle. I mean, rightfully so, too. I mean, he's straddled almost every opportunity he's gotten.
And that's twice in orbit,
Yeah.
given that we can straddle both the button and under the gun.
Right, so he's definitely trying to induce the action. And you saw the VPIP, obviously, has the highest VPIP at the table. So he's definitely trying to get the table to mix it up a little bit. All right, so let's see. Smoke has King 4 suited. We see a raise to 15 with Jack 9 for BLT.
The Adonis once more.
And looks like...
Mad Hatter with the A's.
Uh-oh. And he is on 3-bet at big. Jeremy is going to fold his 8-deuce suited. And it is going to fold around. Mad Hatter's going to take down this hand.
Yep, Jack 9 suited out of position to a pretty big 3-bet. Definitely a correct fold by BLT.
Oh, so terrible. That beer's going right through me. I ain't gonna tell y'all no lies. I'm gonna be a trooper right now.
Chase, we got the 6 and the 7 out. Fold 4. Fold 8. Call 9. Call 1. Check. 2. 20 in the board.
So limps around to Jimmy here, and he's going to raise it up with his 7s. Doesn't look like anybody has much to play with him unless BLT decides to feel froggy with the 4-3 suited.
Yeah, not the case here, though.
Jimmy
So,
just going to take it down.
I think that's the third time Jimmy's gotten a walk.
I think he's gotten to walk a couple times on his button straddles as well.
Yeah. Definitely been quite a bit for sure. Almost 2 hours in the books for tonight's live stream. Appreciate you guys hanging out with us. Especially, I know there's quite a few people that came through to support the Mad Hatter here on the stream. Appreciate you guys hanging out with us. If you like what you see, if you like what you're watching, make sure you hit that like, make sure you hit that subscribe button. Almost at 9,000 subscribers now on the YouTube channel. Appreciate everyone that's come through and hang out with us here. And all of your support helps us in so many different ways, so definitely appreciate everything you guys have been doing. All right, heads up here with BLT and Jeremy. Queen 6 versus pocket trays. BLT trying to set mine a little bit. And let's see the flop. What did Seth divvy out for us?
15 and a 2.
BLT does bet 15.
984 rainbow. BLT choosing to 3-bet, and Jeremy choosing to take a card off here with his queen 6 of clubs.
Ace maybe will slow things down a little bit. Does go check, yep.
Seems like a reasonable bluff opportunity here for Jeremy.
Said he's just going to check it. It's just going to check around. And BLT's trays are going to get it done.
After he showed me the 4 highs, stuck on a little bit. What he's going to do. Why does not get punched up?
Now we got Jimmy back at it, straddling on the button. Missing D's and Tim P from the table right now. Hopefully they'll be back soon.
And Amber's just going to go ahead and flat with King Jack suited.
22 and a 9, fold 1, fold 2.
Jeremy with Queen Jack is going to bump it up to 22.
And Jimmy, I don't know if he has ever not defended his straddle tonight, to be honest.
No, he has stayed with it. 8-6 offsuit. Amber's going to go ahead and call, and now it does check in the dark. King and a pair of 9s, so Amber is in the lead.
That is the type of flop she was looking for here. Jeremy flopping a gut shot and some backdoor diamonds as backup.
He's going to go ahead and bet 25 with Jeremy.
Yep, just a little more than the pre-flop raise size.
Jimmy will fold, and Amber here will go ahead and just call. 6 on the turn. That gives a
Diamond draw for
diamond
Jeremy.
draw, yep. I was going to say a few more outs for Jeremy.
Ace on the river. Amber can't like that card.
Nah, she's going to slow it down for sure. And Jeremy's going to go ahead and fire out a bet.
How big does he need to make it to get her to fold?
A little over half pot size.
Yeah, looks like a $65 bet, or 60 flat, pardon me.
See what Amber looks to do. She's going to call it.
Jeremy's been getting involved in a good amount of pots, so Amber's probably getting the sense that there's a chance this is a bluff. Pretty reasonable one, too.
Amber definitely needed that hand for sure.
You showed too many bluffs.
Jeremy.
Yeah.
Jeremy's saying he's shown too many bluffs. That's probably true.
That's pretty
I
accurate.
was close. I was like, I don't want to call 100 on the river and be wrong, though. You know, I'm like, you don't have a jack. It's either like 3-7 or pocket 3s.
There's still one more card to
I was
come
like,
too,
he
right?
got it, he got it.
I'm like,
I'ma
flush
see
draw.
this.
I know you.
What I'm saying?
I know ace don't scare you. I know ace don't scare
If
you.
he got that ace, I'ma see that.
I was like, don't bluff that ace.
Frustrating part is sometimes someone will show a bunch of bluffs, but anytime you call them, specifically when you're playing, they somehow just have it.
Right, yeah. And you're like, dang it, really?
I'm just gonna have it, so I have to bet to see if it works.
Maybe they just don't bluff you. Maybe they're just running really well against you.
Tilt.
can't announce it. I'm just gonna fold.
It's one of the very deep mind games of poker. Makes it so dynamic and fun.
A 4, a tray, and a queen on this flop.
Reasonable flop for the 8s, only 1 overcard. But now Dees and Jeremy both turning a 10.
26 call run. Call 4.
Amber with the flush draw with her 8s as well, gonna call. And Dees hitting the river with his 9, but immediately checking.
Ew. 2 pair.
Was unlikely to find too much value against the specific hands Jeremy and Amber had, though.
Yeah.
He wanted somebody else to do it. I can't.
Just looking at Facebook a second ago, and a pretty legendary picture with Arlie that just shared. He, Johnny Pham, and Gus. Of course, you remember Gus. Yeah, Gus. They're all apparently out at trivia tonight.
Oh, that's legendary.
Yeah. And I don't know if you guys know this or know Gus. Of course, Gus used to work here before going to the St. Augustine location. If you're going to be someplace for a trivia night, you want to have Gus on your team.
He's a ringer.
Yes, he is a walking Wikipedia.
Nice.
Like, literally knows everything. The last meetup game we did, they were trying to play a game where they tried to stump Gus as far as, like, what is the capital of every country.
Oh, wow.
And they would get some best swag if he got stumped. It took about 3.5 hours before someone actually stumped Gus.
Wowzers. That's pretty amazing.
Yeah.
Mad Hatter electing to c-bet with his 10s here. Gonna take it down.
Another pocket pair winning pre-flop for Mad Hatter.
Yep.
Yeah, Gus is one of my favorite people.
Yeah, there's a funny picture in the back where it shows Arlie. It said, "Gus, did you steal my juice?"
Yeah, it's classic.
And I asked one of our boss men about it, and in fact,
Trying to get the story on it.
Gus did steal his juice. So that's a pretty funny one. Gus is a great guy.
Yeah, shout out to Gus.
Amber limping in with the king-9 suited.
These are going to try to...
Gonna try to ISO with the deuces. Isolation looks like it's going to be achieved, or maybe even get a fold through.
It will. Deuces never loses. Yep.
Not when you raise the $20.
Well, now when you raise
Don't see a flop.
Not when you raise it to $20. Yep.
All right, new dealer. New dealer, bump up.
All right, so we're 2 hours in now. Let's go ahead and show you the stats now as we're 2 hours into the live stream.
Once again, adjust Mad Hatter down 300 and adjust Jeremy up 300.
Yeah, so Mad Hatter still up 379 though, if we're going to do that. Tim's still up the most, technically 470. And you said Jeremy was the other one, right?
Yeah, Jeremy's pretty much break even today.
Pretty much, yeah. BLT stuck the most, and of course Amber got stuck pretty bad too.
Thank you, thank you. I feel peer pressure.
And then a look at the VPIPs. No surprise here, Jimmy, 51% VPIP. Mad Hatter, 14% VPIP.
Yeah, BLT, D's, Tim P, and Jeremy all in a very similar range as well.
You look, you saved money when you did.
Looks like Jimmy forgot to straddle this time.
Oh, were they not doing the bomb pop?
I guess not.
Oh, okay. No bomb pop. Oh, okay. 5 ace straight flop, so Amber does catch her ace, plus a wheel draw.
Yep. Not much of a kicker with her ace, but not going to matter when everyone folds.
I want to see if I pick up any more equity, but
Needed my the other, diamonds to come out there.
call 5.
I like king 6 hearts. So I'm kind of interested in a turn.
Made it cheap enough for you to get in there.
Probably, you know, the pop was
I
already
know.
over 10 in the race.
That's why I said
Right,
$5.
right. Yeah, $5 into $6 pop before the race.
Your first.
Oh, yeah.
That was the overband, Amber.
Right? That should be $2.
Yes.
$2.
Yes, that's third pop right there, yes.
Now you do remember this is the dealer gives me the card, right?
Folds up.
Did I give him
He
some
gives me 2 every hand.
Oh, you didn't play this?
Aces and kings, right?
Yeah.
Raise 65.
All right, so we got a raise from Jimmy to 65 with 8-6 suited. And D's here with Jack 9 suited.
It was a long drive.
It's going to be longer on the drive back, guys. I'm sorry.
He's going to call it.
The drive back is always.
Battle of the suited one gappers.
I'd say the biggest
Queen
rush
10
round
for
was
flop.
Denver,
It works out better for
Daytona,
D's
28
as he's open-ended.
Jimmy's still with the betting lead and choosing to blast here. 105 it looks like. Oh, 110, pardon me.
And again, the aggression that we're seeing from Jimmy this entire night is definitely going to put a little pressure on D's here.
Yeah,
But
D's will
again-
probably elect to call this flop bet.
Yeah, it's too strong of a flop for him to get away from it.
I don't think he's really thinking of raising here. This big flop bet just looks pretty darn strong.
Rainbow board.
Yeah, we left it.
Yeah, I think a call is coming. Yep.
Well, stop and got gas.
Hoping to improve, hoping to see Jimmy slow down a bit.
Now the ace does show up. That's trying to maybe slow things down a little bit. Check, check. And a king on the river.
Gives D's the nuts.
Does get straight.
And Jimmy may well choose to bluff with his 8-6. Nope, just gonna give up.
He's on bet 200, and Jimmy will go ahead and defold it. And look at that, D's over 1,100 in front of him now. Solid night for him.
So far, so good for him. He's just been kind of building some good pots, winning some with good aggression.
I go to New Orleans all the time, Atlantic City. Haven't been to Biloxi yet. Go to Biloxi, play for I have,
You strap? That's where he should be playing.
free trips.
The bow. You need to go to the bow. That's what that means. It's in Biloxi, Mississippi. You need to go play that. Let's expose it. Would fit you 700.
Holding hands like that?
If it was suited, I would have played it.
It was half off.
It was half off.
Oh, yeah?
MP again with the premium. Ace King offsuit.
First time I went up on, he would not suit.
Tim's definitely ended. I think he's definitely ended up with the most premium hands out of everybody tonight.
Exactly.
DLT going to defend his straddle, and Jimmy are going to defend their limp. So going 4 ways to this flop.
Ace tray, ace king, pocket fives, jack 6 suited,
Okay.
and king
10, 7.
So Tim does catch a king on this flop.
Smaller of the pair.
Probably just going to go bet and fold around here. Nobody with much of anything
It only takes 1 quarter.
aside from Tim.
That's the problem.
Problem with this one.
The golden nuggets the same way.
Yeah, Tim does bet 40, fold, fold,
I think,
fold.
jam, right? No?
It's matched the stack, I believe.
Oh, magic stack.
With Ace King, that's slightly frustrating, but this board, King 10, 7 with 2 clubs, lot can change on the turn, so you're not too upset to just take it down.
It's only 2 more chips.
That's like an online game.
It's only 1 more chip.
One more online club that I run. Think of that as we run a 50-cent dollar game.
You look at 1 card. When that first
So
card
it
card.
plays like a 50-cent dollar.
Before he even got done dealing.
Especially late at night.
Before he shot the last card.
Poker too.
I'll say it's 4, right? Yeah, I just went for it. Sorry.
That's a big thing.
When you say call 6,
It's 6-6.
yeah, it threw me off. I was like, wait a minute, I thought it was 4.
120, raise 20 from the 2 seats.
2 pretty darn good hands here. DLT with Ace Queen, D's with 10s, and Jimmy
Any 2 cards for Jimmy.
with the straddle in position going to defend his Ace 8.
Miss a private club.
And then D's is going to go ahead and bump it up. raise it to 100 with his 3-bet.
Yep, going for the limp re-raise here. Pretty big 3-bet too, 5x the original raise. And BLT didn't look like he felt too bad folding the ace-queen there to that action. Solid laydown.
Any player or whatever.
I think our club has 1,200 players.
I'm really looking for open face Chinese players. That's what I'm looking for. I love playing open face.
Raise 10 for me.
Mad Hatter finally getting a playable hand here. 8's under the gun. Doesn't feel like we've heard from him since the Kings versus Queens, where he made a nice fold to the 4-bet. Tim going to defend his big blind with a mystery hand as of now.
You want to see why?
Jack 10-3 flop. Mad Hatter going to c-bet and take it down.
Slightly better.
Had to be the best hand. Tim would have called with any sort of Jack or 10 there.
I had 6s, he had 8s.
The flop was supposed to come 8-6 deuce.
That's all his.
Rainbow, right?
That's right. That's how it works online.
You are correct. You know, I've come up with a theory of your players that lose constantly. I mean, your players that constantly complain about online being rigged are just terrible players. You're seeing 2 or 3 times as many hands. So you're going to see 2 or 3 times as many weird hands as you would at live.
I went to Vegas about 4 weeks ago, and if I could have recorded it and said what happened in an hour, not just my hand, because I cleared the guy off the rip, like first over, I cleared the guy. I had aces, he had kings, he did it all.
Smoke flopping the best of it here with his
I
10-8.
got aces, another one had aces, and we chopped it up, luckily. But
Gonna fire out a little bet here.
like, it was like 1 hour and nothing but fool.
BLT choosing to float here with his 10 deuce of spades. The Doyle.
Very brutal game.
Like Smoke elected to check back, check the turn.
Yeah, when you catch the cards, it's beautiful.
For some reason, I thought he was in hand.
Okay.
Says that for
I was
game.
wondering.
Let's take a break.
Oh, checking, pardon me.
The cool thing
BLT
about
just
so many different
not electing to bluff.
Yeah.
and when you start to mix the styles,
Well, that's why.
Something I've seen a little bit at 2-2 games is
like me and this guy.
sometimes people will make these light calls on the flop, maybe with some sort of backdoor action or whatever. But even when they break out and they just don't have any way to have showdown value, they somehow still just don't seem willing to bluff it anywhere near as often as I typically see at a 2-5 or a 5-10 game.
Just be aware, I did take the dealer when I was there.
That never worked out. Tilts in the big short. Another big lead.
Raise 15.
What you gonna do?
I didn't even hear what you said. It's my fault.
Constantly on tilt. So, you know, if you're
Dees is definitely getting involved here.
I think that's what black tilts.
yeah.
Going for the raise with the 9-6 offsuit. Gonna get another heads-up pot with Jeremy here. Jeremy flopping top pair. Dees flopping a gut shot. Seven on the turn. Pairs the middle card on the board. And Jeremy's actually going to lead out on the turn, I believe.
That's what's
Oh, that's all board. It's every 30 minutes?
Chooses a half pot sizing here.
Okay, I see the clock.
And gonna win it.
Oh,
Queen is good. Not even a bluff this time.
That's how you do it.
rivalry.
I did announce it though.
did do that.
But if
Yeah,
you
just
notice,
throw us off.
before I kind of got to know the people at the table, I didn't bring it up at all. Because I look for good people as well as players.
Call 3. Call 4. Call 6. Call 7. Call 8.
Check.
Check. 4 players. Check.
Smoke here with the big blind special, flopping 2 pair with Jack 4 offsuit. And Jeremy with top pair as well. Smoke choosing another full potish sizing. 25 on the turn and 28. Jeremy still with top pair gonna call. Offsuit king on the river. Smoke still looks like he's gonna go for value here. And he went small and got the call immediately from Jeremy here. Nice big blind special there for Smoke.
You start winning. You want the straddle or no, sir?
No, you got it.
This is where they have the most. This is the biggest one. No? No?
I was really surprised.
No thanks.
Raise. 10. 5.
All right, we have the best bet heads up here. 5 ways to the flop.
Check.
Nobody but Mad Hatter with a card 10 or higher in their hand. Mad Hatter flopping a pair of 10s here on this board, but still third pair.
You want to bet? Dang it.
Can't be too comfortable with it.
I'm gonna let you go. I'm gonna let it go.
Jimmy's actually going to bet out with his 8, and looks like he's going to take it down with Mad Hatter folding.
Check, so you can throw that 10 or 12 at there, make it
Jimmy again taking the pot down with some aggression.
Close with me.
Red Bull.
Is there an NBA game tonight?
3-1.
Who are they playing at? Boston.
Rhino, I feel like it happens more on the floor than it does in here in the live stream, especially in the 2-2 and 2-5 games. There's some spicy action sometimes out there.
There is. There's a big conspiracy.
Like, what's this conspiracy? I haven't heard.
Hayes Jordan. So.
15.
Oh, yeah?
There's a lot of things pointing to
BLT going to raise from the blind with the ace-10 suited.
Him and Jamie Foxx.
Both Jimmy and Amber going to call with their suited hands.
When they showed Jordan side by side.
Gut shot for Jimmy here. BLT still ahead with the
I'll
ace-10.
hear that ESPN cutting off the broadcast till next basketball season. They can't talk about LeBron.
King on the turn. Pretty decent card for BLT to go for a bluff if he wants to. And he goes for a small second barrel here. Just 25 into the 100 in the pot.
Get into the, he's a great player. Don't get me wrong.
Let's still talk about him.
Huh?
Let's still talk about him.
I think he's a great overall person. He's just saying, I didn't like Kobe.
BLT with the third barrel here.
Kobe had that.
Not knowing he already has the best hand.
Killer mentality. LeBron does not have that.
He does not. Anyone that tries to does.
But if he didn't bluff, Jimmy probably would have tried to bluff him. So
Jordan, Kobe, what's his name?
still won him the pot there with that aggression.
I watched that thing on next I think it's called the Redeem Team. They talked about Kobe and that.
Kobe was a
That
worker.
dude was different. He was a different animal.
Yeah, they said that kid, he was like constant.
All right, here are going to the next hand here.
Yeah.
Like I said, races, he was just a game
Eli, I just saw your comment. Dealer training class would be awesome. Check our website. Sometimes we do post information when we do have a dealer class coming up.
I would just like I understand LeBron's physical stuff.
All right, suited hearts for both Jimmy and BLT. Queen Jack versus King 7, and Jimmy does get a Jack on the flop. Yep, and a bet and a takedown. Jimmy's going to go ahead and take this one down. But yeah, definitely check out the website, because we will have information on our dealer classes when they're coming up and things like that. Of course, the website's where you're going to be able to get all your information. Promotions, tournaments, live stream schedule, how many active tables we have going at each room. It's all up on the website, bestbetjacks.com. In fact, we got a lot of PLO action happening tonight here in the room. Got 5 PLO tables going in total, 3 of which being 5-5 PLO, and then 2 1-2 PLO tables that are going as well. So very much a PLO night here in our room. Still got 7-2-2 games, 8 if you include our live stream, 4-2-5s, 2-2-4s. So pretty busy night. 5 King Jack on this flop. In the lead, a pair of 5s for Jeremy, huh?
I understand longevity is impressive. He doesn't play every game. I understand. But to call it, just take a game that's supposed to be tied.
6 on the turn.
Check 9.
I seen a thing where Kobe was talking about
4 on the river.
there might be a kid in the stand.
Jeremy will get the check mark with the pair of 5s.
That's a 25.
He's going to go ahead and bet out 25.
No, I agree.
And BLT will let it go. We've seen a lot of pre-flop action. We've seen a lot of different hands. Only saw one hand that was like the true Max Payne when Mad Hatter flopped himself to full house and Amber had herself the nut flush draw. And Amber completed her flush on the river. That's the only time we really saw the true Max Payne. I guess I missed a hand here. Rhino says 2-2, $150 pre-flop, 2 all in, 6 players. We do call that the best bet heads up. All right, pocket 6s for Smoke. He's just going to go ahead and call.
All right, I gave you an extra $2 to the charity. Whatever strip club you go to, find charity.
I take donations.
No, I mean.
I'm worried about smoke though, man. That's why I don't want that smoke. So.
Pair of 6s and ace-8, 10-7 king mono board, and Smoke does have the 6 spades. So he's going to go check. Jack on the turn.
Check 1, check 2.
Checks around the entire time. Ace high, no good. 6s are going to get it done.
I had one of your 6. I would have been playing the board. 4 or 5. Yeah, high hand over here.
Suited ace, opposite.
All it out,
Straddle on the ball. Action's going to start in our 18.
Oh, now you're going to raise because I struck. Okay, I see how it is, man. Probably his boys. That's what I said.
Or late. Hold 9.
My straddle smoke is all walk.
30 from the 3.
He ain't riding with me. He can do that. 7 deuce officer.
Action has kind of slowed down a little bit now, but you know, it's usually expected in the 2-2 live streams like this.
Raise 5 and
Looks like Tim's got the mystery hand here. King Jack, 6-4 suited. Pair of trays and the jack. So Jeremy does catch a jack on this flop. Looks like it does check around though. 10 on the turn. As of now, it looks like Jeremy does have the best hand, but again, we don't know what Tim has. He does have the mystery hand. Mystery hand though is folded, and Jeremy will take it down.
What time the stream runs these now?
It's 11, right?
11. I have no idea.
It's 11.
It's my first time playing on it.
Oh, really?
Straddle on button.
Also do want to remind you guys, the Summer Swing Series begins next week.
All right, action starting in the 1 seat.
Flight 1 of our $300 100K guaranteed tournament is Thursday night, June 1st. The first of 4 premier tournaments that will be taking place at St. Augustine that first weekend. Orange Park the second weekend with a $200 50K guaranteed tournament. The third weekend featuring a single day event, $300 30K guarantee. And then, of course, the main event, $600 100K guarantee in the prize pool for that. Again, all the information on the website, bestbetjacks.com. So it looks like the pair of jacks are in the lead for Mad Hatter.
Yep, Tim P with the mystery hand, but also checking, so not too likely to have a hand that beats the ace jack either.
Mad Hatter's going to go ahead and bet 40. D's with the pocket eights in the muck. And now Tim here, who did check it, does have a mystery hand. And lets it go. Looks like he had a 9. Is that ace 9 that he had?
I think it was pocket nines.
Oh, pocket 9s, okay.
But I'm afraid it would come and then a diamond. I think it's in a spot. Diamond, not a, I had backdoor.
It was definitely 2 middle cards.
Yeah, I had backdoor work. And I had a big one.
Queen of diamonds is on the ground.
Straddle from the 6 seat.
Tim P may have had 9-10 there for the double gutter as well.
Do I have to do it separately, or can it just be like here? Man, I've been doing this the whole night. No reason. I've been doing this the whole night.
I mean, listen, you probably watch live streams like me. I thought that's the way it worked. It's supposed to be a box I put it in.
There used to be a camera. That's the last time I watched.
So you guys want to raise 11 to go. Hold 2.
Jimmy has a pretty strong hand there. Ace King offsuit. With as aggressive as he's been the entire night too.
Yeah, definitely expect him to 3-bet there, and he did.
Smoke's gonna call. 7-5 suited 1 gapper on the button. Does call. 7
What a
king,
flop.
oh my gosh! Wow. 2 pair for Jimmy, and Smoke has trips.
Yeah. Pretty much guarantee Smoke's going to double up this hand.
It's got to be an interesting feeling getting that type of flop, and you're up against the most aggressive player at the table.
Yeah, with position, you should usually, on flops like this, you should usually just call. No matter what hand you hold, if you're going to continue.
And he is just going to call. Jack on the turn. That now, oh no, not quite, not yet.
Jimmy has to still feel pretty good about his ace-king here.
And Jimmy is going to rip all in.
Yeah, his total looks more like
About like
150,
150,
160.
yeah. And Smoke does make the call. And instead, we're going to have sevens full of jacks for Smoke.
Yep, rough hand for Jimmy there. He didn't do anything inherently incorrect there, just ran into a stronger hand.
Yep. That's definitely been his game plan the entire night.
I thought they both
Just unfortunately just ran into it there.
Yep, pretty rough spot.
Did he just?
I don't think he actually did it, but he did touch his head.
He did.
I don't think he actually kissed
But
it.
he did make the kiss sound
He made the sound.
Doctor, get that checked out.
ARP's expensive.
You want some red?
That never happened anywhere with him.
That's true.
I'll be honest. I think Chase would have just preferred the tip.
Oh yeah, definitely.
Well, that was an interesting moment.
Yes. Fold 7, fold 8. Raise 15 from the 19.
I'll timestamp that one for sure.
Oh no, it definitely has been.
You kiss me, you walking back to short.
So Jack 9, 8-7 suited, pocket 4s for Smoke. Deuce 5 queen, so flush draw for Jimmy.
Yep, Jimmy with the most of this flop. Smoke ahead, but pretty low equity. And Jeremy picking up a flush draw on this turn as well, so we're going to see a little action here. An interesting thought, but it's not going to occur, is neither of Smoke's 4s are a dime, are a club or a heart. So if he hit a 4 on the river, someone else would hit a flush at the same time. But he lets it go. And Jeremy completes his flush with Jimmy hitting a jack. Jeremy's range doesn't look too strong here. But Jimmy makes the correct fold.
Which I'm not doing. The whole nut, you going to play in WSOP and get some bucket list.
I know I went out there for the main event last year and didn't play a single WSOP.
Oh man.
With the Oreo. And that was a daily or a weekly or something. It wasn't a WSOP event. But we actually stayed at Bally's. You know, they were having it at Bally's.
Well, now it's a horseshoe.
Yeah, I was gonna say they call it something else now.
I love it. I love it. Well, now it's horseshoe. I love it. I love the cash game.
Oh, I guess they forgot to add Jimmy's stack count back. He did buy back in.
Yeah.
He definitely does not have $7. He's got more now. He definitely bought back in. Deuce ace 10 flop. He does catch an ace, but
10p with top 2 pair.
yeah.
3 diamonds on the board though. Checking round to Jimmy. Gonna bet 20 with his ace 3. And 10p looked like he just called with his ace 10. Heads up to this turn.
Yeah, so this one's going to look a little funny. Looks like Tim does have the best hand here.
Yep.
Ace 10. He is going to take it down, and that's going to be it for that one. That one's going to look a little funny. Again, probably what ended up happening was they didn't add the stack back for the reload for Jimmy's buy-in, so they'll get that fixed and corrected.
Resort World. Like, they're going to do it.
Yeah, I came out, I think,
You missed it. They're gonna
just
do it.
after this hand was completed because Chase was coming back off
Who did it?
the table, so
Everybody.
So everybody got a piece while I'm gone?
Yep.
Should have stayed. Damn. No, because if I would have stayed, it would have just been me.
The nicest poker room I played there was the Ari. Now,
That's my third
I
time.
didn't play all of them. Obviously.
Getting whacked on.
Bellagio was just way overcrowded and like you couldn't even leave. Madison like that.
See, I feel like the Aria is sort of like that too. That's why I like to go play at Bally's or Horseshoe.
You see, they had cash in it, they didn't have it in the poker room, they had it in the,
They built a fucking strategies.
yeah, they were doing that when I was
Called
there.
like a fall thing.
But when I was there, they had all the games in the conference center, I guess.
Only 15 minutes.
Oh, so they did.
It was only 15, literally only 15 minutes.
Pew, fireworks. Explosive.
I was literally only gone 15 minutes. I counted them.
Pew, pew.
But
Wow.
the nicest
It's a lot. It's a lot, man.
hold the win.
Oh, the winning encore, really. They're
Poor
fucking.
thing.
I didn't even get to the poker room with the win. I didn't even have one. But
That's where, like, the people that live in Vegas that you hear about, they don't sleep.
All right, 3 plays to the flop here.
Place the
Jack, ace, 10. So Jeremy does catch a jack here.
BLT with the gut shot to Broadway. But again, would just make a 4-liner on the board if you were to
One
complete.
card, 3 card. I love suits.
TH.
Tell me there's no background here?
casinos and you go
Hi,
down,
guys.
Jeremy just gonna let go to the C bet.
Face up, face down.
and they were nice.
No slot machines? What kind of Mickey Mouse?
Yeah.
got a cigarette slot machine, sir. You put $10 in it, you might win a pack of cigarettes. Actually, I guarantee you, you put $10 in it, you'll win a pack of cigarettes.
I went to the ATM machine.
You know, status matches.
Yeah, we got plenty of items in here.
Can we get you a drink? I
Mine had the ATM machine until it says game over. That's
Before
what
they
it's
were
back.
putting money on the thing.
Yeah, plenty of
Well, they
items.
saw that and they were like, oh, he must do something to get that.
Man, so my mom's watching. I'm disappointed in her right
Did you go to Fremont when you were big?
Yes.
I was watching it too. Private.
I got a dollar chip from every casino I went into.
Hi, Mom.
30 in the fourth.
Ooh, Butterfly has aces, and she is going to raise it up to 30.
I didn't even know.
Yeah, I was actually action tracking for this hand,
You can just say, hey,
and I wrote down on my notepad that
What you got?
this is probably kings, but instead it was aces, so just a very uncharacteristically giant raise size from Amber.
Which,
That's all you gotta do every
if you
game.
played with
No, as you
Amber,
go through the log,
this is the one thing we've always said.
raise the state where
If
everybody
you
votes.
played with Amber and you see that high of a raise,
it's gonna make
she
me go
has
through the
high
log.
kings,
Just scroll through.
Maybe queens.
maybe
There's
queens.
gonna be a commercial.
It was like queens or kings, you might go like 20.
Yeah, that's a pretty significant raise from
A
her.
little less vulnerable hand, you know.
That's my guess.
I don't think she had jack. Fold 2. I folded the jack.
I say 10 now.
Less jack.
She said
See,
you
y'all
have,
do
you'll
it all
have,
the
you'll
time.
have to watch
Everybody
the
calls.
screens and
I
know.
do it, nobody
It's
calls.
because we do it all the time. That's
Oh,
why.
you're right. I should do it more often.
When we're doing it with 5 high
I need
and
to do it
you
with
show
7
4
plus
high,
more.
yeah.
I need to do it with 7 plus more.
Good talk.
Well, like with Bronson passing, I had the idea of wanting to get 10 deuce through. Luckily, that happened early and I hit a pair. You know,
I can't right now too.
You have to fill it to straddle. You know what? I don't feel it either.
Scratch that.
Oh no, I was joking.
Under the gun straddle.
You literally have to announce everything you do.
yeah. Well, not everything. When we go to the bathroom, that's where it stops. You know?
Unfortunately, yes, he has to announce because he has to communicate with
Oh,
the
that's
other
just me.
dealer.
Yeah, and since we're communicating it to the other dealer, we may as well communicate it to the table so nobody misses out on anything that someone else might hear or whatever.
Right.
Yeah, straddle.
Call 7, fold 8. Call 9.
So it makes it a sort of a different feeling game experience from on a couple different levels.
Sucker for a good deal.
Not necessarily better or worse, just kind of different. Even excluding the people are watching at home element. Couple players with a pair of aces on this flop, Tim and Jeremy. Smoke also has the gut shot to Broadway. King would complete it. Getting a pretty appealing spot here, bet 10 and 3 calls in front of him, so he's going to call.
I have price anymore. Call 5, I still won't call.
And Smoke turning an open ender, now can hit an 8 to make a straight as well.
Check.
Checks to Jeremy, he's going to bet a big bet here. Looks like $50. So Tim P with 25 listed outs. Aside from the 4s, these are all chop outs. Any card higher than an 8 or another pair on the board would make it a chop. But kicker issues. So still a fine laydown from Tim's point of view.
I think he had quads. Check flush. One of the two. Oh, man, I for real about Smoke had pocket sevens. You had the trips out, I could find you could have had pocket sevens.
Well, I didn't like my kicker was not going to play on that board, so.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. There's that 300. Speaking of, there's nothing up there, so any full house, you know.
So I probably should have bet 10 on the blocker yet. I got to see a free card. Of course, that might have been trouble.
30 on the 4.
Another $30 raise from Amber here. And another big pocket pair.
Yeah, win every time I take it.
The downside of this strategy is just simply, if people catch on to it, they just make big laydowns. Like Smoke is gonna fold ace queen here.
I think I got like 21% to win here. I want to see if I'm right. What time? Share. Okay. Oh, I was thinking heads on too, so he's going to cut into it a little bit. Did you have a heart? That was some of my queens.
It's in my chest, but yeah, I had a heart.
Okay. Yeah. I'm like 18%. It's cold water.
Yeah.
For sure. Good chance. Could have it.
I'm gonna do that every time.
Straight out then, too.
I can fold every
She
time.
already had a sit. She already had a sit.
Is that good?
Straddle another gun.
I'll be curious at what the other person has when they call her a racer. I'll take a Red Bull on. Yep.
Another caramel macchiato with. Yep. Okay.
17 and the 9.
Jeremy getting involved once more. Opening sevens from the hijack. Smoke with ace deuce suited. Looks like he's putting together maybe a, no, looks like he's just putting together a call, pardon me.
17?
Almost, I think. One shot.
Electing to call with the ace deuce, and Amber also calling from the big blind. That's a little surprising. I thought Dees would defend his straddle with the queen 3 suited there. Getting decent pot odds, going multi-way. Amber getting the most of this flop, flopping top pair with her king. And choosing to lead out with it. Board's not too scary there, given that she has a 10 for a gut shot as well.
Button straddle.
Button straddle.
Not too many overcards can come to beat a king, only the ace.
There you go. Good job.
That was the side I was for.
I
I saw the side eye and I was like,
I didn't want you to forget.
she
didn't make it 30.
I got the hit. I caught it. I ain't even gonna
She didn't
look
open
at
for
it.
30.
Okay, okay. Let's see.
Fold 2.
Looks like we might have a 6-way flop here, depending on what Jimmy wants to do.
30.
Oh, gonna raise it up to 30 with ace king.
Just say $2.
Call 6.
Glad I didn't do that now.
Call 7.
Oh, see, y'all call his 30, but when I did 30, all y'all
That's
snap
what he do it all the time.
Yeah, Jimmy's been raising up a lot of pots tonight, so definitely earned his action that he got on this hand by being aggressive earlier on in the stream.
You don't believe him? Oh, man.
Flop
They gone.
gives Tim P an open ender, gives Jeremy a 10.
Fold 6.
Tim P's shown not much desire to draw to open enders and double gutters when there's a flush draw on the board. I imagine he has the same sort of feeling on a paired board as well.
That's what he said earlier. He said it earlier because when they
And he
was out,
does lay it down.
he said, y'all need to go. So I thought I left. And I see people down here be
Jeremy
good when I
gonna
left.
make one call with his king 10 here. 5 on the turn doesn't change much. Jimmy's gonna give up, or at least check back once. King on the river gives Jimmy the check mark.
I think they did. Check. You just ain't got no action.
Now I wish I did.
That's what I'm saying.
Now I wish I
Tim P a little disappointed with the check on the river because he knows his open ender is probably good. The straight he made was good.
That heart on the raise, that queen of hearts, I got excited. Yeah, because I had a jack nine of hearts. I was like,
It's been a lucky flop.
but I could have been drawing dead there.
120 and I just have to fold though.
I wonder if Tim P plays PLO because that's not necessarily exclusively a PLO mindset, but typically I find that when I deal No Limit or watch No Limit, the players that have played PLO are definitely very cautious with their straight draws,
Jack nine of
both just in general, but especially when there's
Yeah, I got
paired and
excited on the
flushing
flop 'cause I
boards.
thought that was the queen 10 of hearts and 10 of diamonds.
Just because of the potential of having reduced outs or even being drawing dead.
What's the qualifier?
Quad 8s. Losing. 10
No,
bucks.
the high hand.
Oh, it's just not a full house.
Both cards got
Both cards got a
$10 in the pot.
Raising 10 and the 3. Fold 4. Fold 6. All 7. Folds up.
So Jimmy and Tim going heads up to this flop.
25. 25 and the 7. And a call and the 3.
Each player flopping a pair here, but Tim P way ahead.
40. 40 and the 7.
I believe the flop action went bet 10, raise 25, and call. And Tim gonna take it down with a bet on the turn.
What, Sunday morning?
Or Saturday.
We're leaving Sunday morning? Sunday morning?
want to stay longer.
No, I gotta get back home.
Saturday they have big hands. Home all 3 of them. So I think it's like 1200.
Oh, okay.
What's the hot hand Saturday, the 27th?
15, I think.
I think it's like
You
an
had to
hour.
share
It's
with
15.
all the rooms.
Right, all 3 rooms.
Button straddle chase.
15 hours, 15 per hour?
Is it per hour? I
30
think so.
minutes.
Every 30 minutes. Good action.
Yeah, I would
I think it might be like 5 and 1,000 every half hour. I think it might.
Saturday.
Oh, no, they did it the other. They did that the other one.
Right.
So that just
So they,
They got you second.
they're doing,
So we're
He was asking.
closing in on the end of the third hour of the stream. Thanks all for hanging out here, watching with us. This 2-2 no limit hold'em deep stack game.
Right away, right when you guys open.
Been a very interesting one. We've had some dodged coolers, some undodged coolers as well. A few good bluffs have gotten through, and some of them have gotten snapped off too.
It's either Thursday through Sunday or
$10 a month. Calls.
but I have never won a night here. Never not one time.
I understand.
35 by 6.
He's going to go for a bluff with his pair of sevens. Smoking a call with his top pair and open ender. Smoke did call the 35. Oh my goodness. Very unlucky run out here for Smoke. Dee's rivering an unlikely, very unexpected 3 of a kind. Gonna be showing the bad news here for Smoke.
You want a fucking runner?
Twice.
Says the guy who won the big pot with 7.
Valley, they go to play something Valley. They have like a crazy structure trying to pretty much be broken down. 1 tournament a day, but 300. Team big team plays 200. You last like 5 players.
Now my buddy lives close to downstream in Missouri, and their poker room, they give back chips like at the end of the month. They calculate, and they give you chips just like that.
$10.
10 under 3. Call 6. Fold 7. 45 in the 8. Fold 9. Fold 3. Fold 9.
I gotta be at work at like 5 a.m.
Call 2. Call.
Okay.
Raise 10 under 3. Fold 4. Fold 6. Fold 7. Fold 9.
They have the call rate.
I played last night, and I played pretty decently with just it was a Bible guy. So that was and the guy, well, check the person on the left that knocked out, so I guess at that time he was
Action track catching up here. Heads up flop BLT Jimmy.
I hope they were composed.
Jimmy just gonna bet and take it down with his tens.
Him being a little play, he's going hot. Appreciate his time. And one of the shorts, everybody else folds. I mean, and I got Kings, Queen, 8, 9. The diamonds.
How do you get to deal this game? Best of the best?
I guess.
Does he kind of get invited or show a little interest? So small.
Opportunity.
Straddle it, like,
Yes.
and I'll get gun straddle.
Oh, he had 10. So we both had
Opportunity also.
Yeah. Right place, right time.
Right.
You can grind it all night.
Dealers aren't fighting to deal this game? Maybe they are. He's here. He made the list. He made the list. He made the cut. Yeah.
Straddle over 3, call 4, call 6, fold 7, 25, and then 8.
Mad Hatter going to raise up the limpers, has aces. Amber going to fold king, queen suited.
Heads up, you don't want to see it.
I'm good. Window car made me all right.
D's flopping bottom pair with the gut shot. Pretty good candidate hand to take on aces with. Can still be ahead. So going to call a bet here. Turning 2 pair, but now a 4-liner on the board. Ace on the river for Mad Hatter.
Straight call, mate.
These went for a good value bet there on the river, 75. Just kind of ran into one of the few hands that Mad Hatter has that actually beats him there with the set of aces. What?
It's our dude E. McKenzie. What's up, man? Good to see you in the YouTube chat. Yeah, so Seth originally was dealing in St. Augustine, but he is back here at our Jack's location and just joined our live stream. What is this, second, third week?
Call 2, too scared to raise.
Hits on that.
15.
What's crazy? Some real weird reason. I would have felt better if it was
Yeah, no, for sure.
Came right back to me like that.
Y'all already putting me on these kind of cards.
Yeah. Like you'd flop this right there. Checks are
Exactly.
like 4 or 5 suits. Check. I can see that being at 25.
I definitely could have had a straight.
Just can't follow call 25.
No, I wouldn't need it.
No, ace don't come up early. I probably would have kept. No matter what you have.
Yes, that's what I'm saying. That's why I bet the 75. I didn't think
Weird
it
thing he called me. I'm like, I really didn't put you on the ace, so it doesn't matter if you bet the ace, she's still going to call. It doesn't matter. She ain't free no ace. No, I'm saying she didn't have an ace. So when she bet 25, I thought she had 10. She ain't scared of no ace. No, I wasn't sure of the ace either. That's what I'm saying.
The St. Augustine dealers have the black shirts. So yeah, all the dealers that deal at St. Aug, they get the black shirts. We still have the regular blue shirts.
Yeah, Shadow, they got Jack.
But I agree, I definitely like the black shirts a lot better. I think it's a cleaner look with them.
Right.
Call 2.
I wanted to pull that hand so bad.
Call 3. Call 4. You had those 6. Yeah. No, I got it actually.
All right, 3 ways to the flop here. Trey 7 ace. D's just flopping the flush. Jeremy catching an ace. And 2 pair for BLT.
If there's anybody I should respect, it's you.
Wow, what a flop.
Call 6.
D's is going to go ahead and call with his flush. After BLT raised it with his 2 pair. And now Jeremy with just the aces. It's going to go ahead and let it go. All right, so we're heads up. Well, now that's a fourth heart. That may be something that these may not want to see. He is going to go ahead and bet 50. BLT is going to call. And a 4 on the river. And an all in from D's. And now it's going to be interesting here for BLT. 2 pair, aces and sevens. He is going to let it go, though. So D's gets a pretty good pot there. Flopping the flush.
Yeah, flopping the nut flush, but unfortunately the fourth flush card came in and kind of killed his action, it looks like.
Yeah, I mean, he bet 50 and BLT did call it still.
On the turn, I guess?
On the turn, yeah. But, I mean, like you said, he definitely didn't want to see a fourth heart come out on that board.
Yeah, on a blank turn, he probably gets the stack of BLT.
Yeah.
Or a lot more of it.
Right. And Jeremy was also in that hand, too, and he had a pair of aces. So he had a pair of aces. BLT had 2 pair, and then, of course, D's had the flush.
It's like a full-time job.
But it's a blessing. I've had a lot of cool people. Met a lot of
Question. 6, 4, 7 folded at a table like this. Like a boat down there?
22 and 24 at it. They're taking like logging type cameras and they'll record at places they can. Here in Florida, like at Orange Park, they don't do it. So it's more like I'll pretty much go over everything. Mine's like, it ain't very good. I'm just very transparent. I think that's what people like.
Anything to induce action? I'm thinking, maybe not.
6, 10, queen flop. Wow, D's flops 2 pair here.
Yep, a massive flop for queen 10, but pretty dynamic board, so I think we'll see him do a check raise here.
Jeremy does bet 20 with his pair of 6s.
Especially a small bet like that, D's will probably check raise.
60.
Yep, and there it is. He's called it. Raises up to 60. And Tim here with just ace deuce in the muck will fold it. Jeremy's going to call. 5
Oh,
on the turn.
no.
Oh boy.
2 pair versus 2 pair.
Yikes.
And only a pot-sized bet and a half left in Jeremy's stack.
And
D's
yeah,
is going to cover it.
Yep, D's is in fact going to go ahead and fire out a bet 400, which will cover Jeremy. And yep, Jeremy does put it all in. Trey on the river, and man, D's now starting to run good.
A lot of good ones coming his way.
Chase is coming in.
Wow, wow, wow. So now Jeremy's going to have to reload too. Seen a few players have to reload. Amber reloaded once. Jimmy, I think, reloaded as well. Now it's Jeremy's turn. So more chips are being added to the table for sure. And let's go ahead and show you the stats after 3 hours. Mad Hatter, again, we're taking 300 off his stack because he's actually up like 590. Jeremy, again, having to reload. Tim up a little bit. D's up a bit as well. I think D's maybe had to reload one time then. If he's got over 1,500 from him and he's only got a 420 profit, he had to reload maybe one time then.
Yeah, I think he did. I just can't remember which one it was.
Yep. BLT, though, rough night for him. Almost stuck 2 buy-ins.
Yeah, I haven't seen a meaningful pot come BLT's way yet tonight, really.
Yep. All right, and there's a look at the VPIPs as we do enter hour number 4 of our Best Bet live stream. We do appreciate you guys hanging out with us. Appreciate you guys watching with us. Got myself Ryan, also known as Country, joined by Trey, live stream dealer, and also starting to become a commentator here on the live stream.
Yep, happy to be here. Gonna see a little bit of me next weekend too.
Yep. Best Bet Live meetup game, of course, is taking place next Thursday.
I may give that tournament a shot next Thursday as well.
Okay.
Depending how I do at the meetup game, of course. So we got a $10 bomb pot here, I believe.
Yeah, I think it is a bomb pot. Yeah, sorry guys, graphics are going to be off. It is a bomb pot. Definitely more than $14 in the pot here. Oh,
Amber flopping the nut straight.
Flop it straight indeed.
Ooh, not gonna like that queen on the turn, but she is still ahead. Oh, pardon me.
Yeah, it's a little backwards.
She flopped the open ender and turned the nut straight.
Yeah.
And Tim P's just kind of stuck with his trips, having to call.
Thank you, Chase. See what happens when I straddle.
Thank you.
Thank you, Chase.
Button straddle. I should have got involved.
Yeah.
Call 7, call 8, call 9.
I got hung up on the roof. I got hung up on the phone. I did too. I was opening the window out there. And I was 13
Raise 50 for about 60. Thank you. Straddle on the button.
Sounds like we got a button straddle here.
Call 8. Raise 15 from the 9th. Fold 1.
Take that back.
Fold 3.
I thought you said call.
Fold 4. I didn't hear him doing it.
Okay.
Fold 6.
Jack and a pair of trays on this flop, so 2 pair for Jeremy. Very much in the lead here with his queens.
Check 9.
But he's gonna slow play it, gonna induce a little bit.
It's going to work out for him. Definitely dominated the equity. Although that 4 does give Tim a couple more outs to work with now.
Jeremy likely chose to check and play a more check-cally line because the player defending the straddle just has so many hands that absolutely whiff the flop. just wanted to kind of induce some bluffs from him, and he's getting exactly that here. Got Tim to put in $40 more than he would have if Jeremy bet the flop.
Straddle in the 3 seat.
It's stream only. We do the button straddle only on the stream. And Butterfly's got aces, so she's okay. This time raises it up to 15. Not a $30 raise like last time. Tim is going to call with his king 9.
Jimmy's going to defend the straddle with king 4 suited here.
5 queen 8 flop.
Good enough flop for the aces. Looks like she's going to continue and take it down.
But yeah, the button straddle is only for our live stream games. Time rate games are allowed to do it too, obviously, but for our 2-2 games and our 2-5 games, live stream only is where we do the button straddle.
Yeah. I guess we could have technically done it for the 5-5 PLO game last weekend, but I think everyone was just kind of doing it under the gun.
Mm-hmm. I know when we did it, it was a little bit of a hot topic. Everyone had their own suggestion and opinion on the button straddle. How about Amber now, flopping 2 pair on this flop?
And choosing to check back, maybe to go for a high hand. And that is probably the nut worst turn card she could see. Puts lots of straights on the board and straws and also a club draw. But hand was good, took it down.
You're going to buy the button in this hand, right?
Yep.
Maybe the 6. You playing this hand for this? Yeah, these are as well.
Straddle?
So
I
one
can't.
line.
It's me.
Oh, got you. You got it.
All the times, man.
Let me see if I want to.
Probably already knew that, though.
Raise 10 from this 8. Or 9. Fold 1. Fold 2. 3 players. Check 2. 10 from 8. Line. Fold 2. Heads up.
All right, heads up here, 8 on the turn.
Really nice turn card here for Jeremy. Adds an extra gut shot and a flush draw to his already pretty big draw here. Queen, Jack, 9, King, or Heart on the river would all make him the best hand. And Mad Hatter only with bottom pairs, so not enough to stand a bet either.
Yeah. Yeah, definitely gave Jeremy some more opportunity there for sure.
Yeah, his hand was good enough where even if Mad Hatter bet turn pretty big, Jeremy would likely call it.
Again, it's a reminder, tomorrow's live stream is going to be a 2-5 no limit hold'em deep stack cash game that we'll have. We'll have that live stream up and running around 6:15 tomorrow night. Then on Saturday at 4:15, we'll have some 5-10 no limit hold'em action for you. And that will complete the stream weekend and also be the final stream for the month of May. Next time we see you, we'll be back on June 2nd. No live stream on June 1st because obviously, again, we were talking about it. Our meetup game is going to be that day.
Yep.
So we will not be doing a live stream that night. So we'll be back at it after this weekend. We'll be back at it on Friday night, June 2nd.
You have the high hand, sir. High hand.
David, the buy-in limit minimum is $300, max is $1,500. I know I put you on the list for tomorrow night, but just so you know, you are 22nd on the list. We got a pretty long list of 2-5 players for tomorrow night.
Yeah, our lists we're all pretty loaded today. I mean, for this month, we had pretty loaded lists throughout the month.
Yeah, and also in particular this weekend too, with it being Memorial Day weekend, and things like that. So a lot more people are off. So it's going to be a longer list than normal. I do anticipate tomorrow night to be pretty busy though, with it being the Friday night of Memorial Day weekend. People starting their 3-day weekend early, you know.
That's true. BLT gonna get a little spicy here. Going for the ISO play with ace-3 offsuit. Unfortunately, he's doing it into the straddle of Jimmy, so.
Yeah. Probably picked the wrong time to be a spicy BLT. Yep, it does hold around.
Jimmy hits him with the 3-bet with the deuces.
Deuces never loses.
And taking it down.
Oh, yeah. Yep. I almost forgot.
That's why I'm here. Remind you.
Appreciate it.
Need more
Dream work.
No bueno.
No.
I think you should have flopped it. That's about 2 pair.
No.
King,
Why weren't you in
if
there?
it was suited, I'm definitely in
Why
there.
weren't you in there? You should have been there.
This King 7 can't even make it straight. That's why.
Yeah,
It's starting to get it to make a flush.
They weren't suited. I definitely did.
Button straddle over here.
I'm seeing a lot of flushes.
Fold 8.
So Zach in the YouTube chat, the max buy-in for this 2-2 deep stack is 500.
Yeah, also guys, if you ever have questions in our YouTube chat regarding buy-ins and things like that, you can do ! buy-in in our YouTube chat, and it will pull up the information for you through Nightbot. So, wow, Jeremy just flopping the full house, 5's full of aces.
Yeah, massive, massive flop for Jeremy.
15 for 9. 6.
Oh.
Yeah, ! buy-in for all the buy-in information for any of our live stream games that we have. That information will always be there for you through Nightbot.
Has 78 off. Buttons had a straight draw in there. I knew it was fishy when you checked that. Something about it.
Fold 2.
It's 2, right?
Yes. Fold 3. Fold 4. Fold 6. Fold 8. Check. Check the C1. 4 players.
King, deuce, tray, flop here. So a pair of kings for both Jeremy and Smoke. Deuces for Jimmy.
3. Fold 8. Three players. Check out.
Oh, wow, what a turn card for Smoke, because now he's got 2 pair. Kings and 6s. Jeremy's probably going to call this. Oh, excuse me. Wow, Smoke with 2 pair again. Question is Smoke after this, is he going to be kissing the back of Chase's head again?
Probably not a big enough pot for him to do it. And Jeremy just folds to his bet. No, not much of a kicker for Jeremy there, so good lay down with his king.
All right, let's pick it up. Let's go. Second half. Woo! Bring it back. Let's go. Fourth quarter. Put the fours up. Yeah, $4 problem. Let's put the fours up.
Raise 15 from 6.
Not the same.
3, they all fold.
All right, that's it. Yeah, let's go.
He just acted like he did Mel Lewis.
Yeah, he just acted like he did. But we definitely heard the sound effect.
Yeah.
Big money, no money. Let's go.
It was definitely it was a pretty funny moment. But I'm sure Chase was probably like, what?
Yeah, just probably not something that's happened to him ever in his career. Though
At least-
he has had a long
watching.
career, so maybe.
I don't know, yeah. We have to ask him if that was the first.
Jimmy here going for the squeeze of the limpers with ace-king. And
It's another walk.
just going to get the folds around, yep.
He's had at least 6 of those tonight.
They weren't suited. They were suited. I would have tried.
Snap.
Straddle in 6. Raise 16.
16? That's all. Four the best. Four the best. Watch out.
Pretty action flop here.
Oh, yeah. 6 Jack, 9 flop.
Dee's flopping a flush draw. Amber flopping an open ender. And nobody else with much. Jeremy has an under pair. I think all his 7s are dead.
See what Deez elects to do here.
He's debating the merits of a raise here, and he's going to go with it.
Yeah, he is going to raise it up. Try to maybe thin the player, field 1 player less maybe. That will get the under pair out of there.
Amber with an open ender out of position. May call, may fold, I don't know.
Does elect to fold. So these does get it through.
Yep, don't even need a hit when you take it down like that.
Nope. Yeah, and it was a strong flop though. He had enough flush draw.
Yeah, he had the best hand on the flop in the sense that he had the most equity.
You have a post. He's straddling over there.
Unless you want to strap. One strap? Close to you.
Unless
Oh,
you
never
want
mind.
to
No, you're good. You're good. You're good.
Thank you.
Four, right?
Yes, it is. Button straddle actions over here. All 4, fold 6. Fold 7. Fold 8. Fold 9. Fold 1.
Well, man.
That's it.
Well, man. I had to made up a couple of years ago.
$2.
But I have
Not much of a flop for anybody. That $2 bet from Jimmy might actually just get a fold.
we got a different look. I don't want to order the card.
Very low cost bluff there actually works out.
So when I looked at it, I'm like, oh no.
That's one of those plays when I see it, I'm just like, kind of don't believe
Monster
it.
pot, guys. Monster pots. Let's go.
Button straddle. Action's going to start in our 6. Big one. Fold 6. Your action over there.
I think some of these players you may actually potentially see tomorrow as well.
Yeah,
on our
maybe.
2-5 game. Jimmy is on the list, and he's in the initial 8, so we'll definitely expect to see him.
Yeah, Jimmy's on a trip. I think he said he's from Washington, D.C. or the Maryland area.
Yeah.
He was kind of joking about us having all these weird rules or unusual rules in Florida. But that's cool that he's going to be in the game tomorrow as well.
Yeah,
It'll be nice to deal to him.
Looks like him. Looks like Smoke in the 1 seat is also in this game. Tim P is also going to be here potentially on this game tomorrow. Dennis, who's going by D's, there in the 6 seat, he's also on the list. He's 9th on the list, so he's essentially the first alternate.
Okay.
So yeah, quite a few people.
It'll be interesting to see from your standpoint, since you're watching them today and you're going to be watching them tomorrow, to see how the increase in stakes and change of lineup really kind of changes them, changes their game.
Well, especially, you know, as you mentioned with the just in the stakes alone. I mean, are they going to open things up more? Are they going to play tighter? There's like a bunch of different things that we could potentially see.
Most certainly.
Should be interesting.
It's definitely one of the more interesting things to see in poker when players or even like a single player or even a group of players change stakes, kind of how it affects them.
Wow. So Jeremy, he essentially has this hand. You see
Wow.
all of Tim's outs are gone.
That's pretty wild to see.
Yeah. That's the reason why they are grayed out. So in Tim's mind, he has 5 outs.
Gonna go for the bluff raise
Whoa,
all
he
in.
is gonna
And
rip it all in, and the snap call from Jeremy.
Maybe not the right guy to bluff raise.
Since he's the one that does the bluffing. Wow. Interesting choice of trying to bluff there from Tim.
Jeremy's definitely played generally pretty aggressive, so I can understand trying to make a move there. Just
Right, yeah.
didn't quite work out for him.
Yeah, and unfortunately for us, we kind of knew that Tim was essentially drawing dead. Unfortunately for Tim, not so much, and he's definitely going to have to reload back up.
Yeah, his main part of the game plan was just to take that pot down, no contest.
Mm-hmm. Try to bluff it out, but unfortunately not working against a player as well that spent a good portion of his night bluffing as well.
Yeah.
All right, we got a button straddle.
Jeremy's definitely made some moves. Looks like the Mad Hatter coming in for a raise to 10 and Jeremy 3-betting him to 25, I believe. I saw that right, or did he just call the 4? No, he definitely raised to 10. But it all shapes up to be the same in the end.
Yes.
3-way flop, BLT, Jeremy, and Mad Hatter.
There's a face card there on the flop.
Yeah, it looks like there's a 5 as well.
Yep, so a king, 5-9 king flop.
BLT flopping the best of it. Jeremy with a gutter as well. BLT probably feeling a bit short stacked here. Only with a full pot size bet left going into the turn.
9 on the turn, pairing the board.
Neither of them should have many 9s in their range. Jeremy 3-bet an early position open and BLT cold called.
And that's an ace on the river, so.
That is a potential bluff opportunity for Jeremy, pardon me. But
he's going to check it, and BLT's going to go ahead and fire out a bet of 50. Just another Thursday night here at Best Bet Jacks. Appreciate you guys hanging out with us. Appreciate you guys watching. 2-2 no limit hold'em deep stack action we have for you here. Got a little over an hour and a half remaining in this live stream.
Kings, piss. Oh, quad kings. They told me OC it'd be like straight flush and neat quads left and right.
Jimmy's going bubble up to 20. He's playing the 7 deuce. And 7 deuce is going to be it.
good enough.
Sickening. They got me by the kicker. Quad 9s with the queen. They put quad 9s with the king. Yeah. Straddle.
Straddle from 3.
Second one.
So Jimmy doing his normal thing, which is straddling.
Extra innings.
Straddling under the gun.
Run arrow second. Got smelling salts here? Smelling salts.
Look at D's did bump it up to 20.
Oh, there's a huge 45. That's what I'm talking about. That's what I'm talking about. Actually, 35 or 45? 45.
45 he raised it up, excuse me. There it is, all right. So actually, no, D's raised it to 15. Tim 3-bet it to 45. And the action will fold and D's will call. King Jack suited versus pocket deuces. Well, that's a flop you don't like if you have deuces. Does check around. So now ace is full of deuces for D's.
Doesn't even matter. No high hand, straight flushes on the King Jack on it. Right. King Jack diamonds, King Queen Jack diamonds, King Queen diamonds.
Action's kind of slowed down a little bit now,
That'd be awesome.
which, you know, unfortunately that does happen with the 2-2 games sometimes. We do hit a little bit of a lull.
Yeah.
But all it's been okay.
Most any stream will have a little lull in action
Sure.
here and there. Just people not getting the right sets of hands or whatever to really get involved.
Right.
Race 15 from 7. Full 8.
Still been good.
Definitely seen a few hands, quite a few hands actually, where we've seen a lot of action pre-flop. All right, so 4 players here. Ace 6-4 flop. Pocket 5s are in the lead. It does check around. 4 on the turn, pairs the board.
Can I get a cup of ice? Water?
Being everything but a pair.
We have a Scrabble. 60.
Queen 10 tray flop. BLT does catch a queen. Ace on the turn. That could potentially create a flush for Tim. Doesn't look like those. This is going to check around. And now the Mad Hatter with his ace is going to bet out 12.
12? Yes. Just trying to draw you in there. 3. All 6. And fold.
Dees is going to go ahead and call. Bet a 35 from Dees. Again, I mean, a flush did complete on the turn. See what Mad Hatter elects to do there. He is going to call. Yep, the ace does take it down.
Alright, Seth. I think 3 times.
All right, so Seth hops back in the box. We got an hour and a half remaining in the live stream. Appreciate you guys hanging out with us. Appreciate you guys watching with us.
That's my favorite hand. I've won so much.
Our June promotion schedule is up on the website now as well as the June live stream calendar. BestBetJax.com is where you want to go. You can try to sign up for a live stream seat on the website. Just pick the game that you would like to play in and fill out the form to play on the live stream. As far as June promotions, see which promotions I can tell you about. Of course, it's the return of Table Share Tuesday. Super Tuesdays
It wasn't a pocket pair though.
for the table share. $500 high hands plus $100 table share every 30 minutes from 10 a.m. to 5 p.m. and then 8 p.m. to midnight. That is every Tuesday for the month of June. There is also going to be some satellite opportunities for our main event for our Summer Swing Series. That's going to be happening as well, so you can try to win some table share tickets for that.
What did I have?
And then on June 26th, it's a Monday, June 26th, we're going to have $1,000 high hands every 30 minutes from 12 p.m. till midnight. That is going to be a shared promotion between our Jacksonville location, our Orange Park location, and St. Augustine. So that is a location share promotion that's going to be taking place on that Monday, June 26th. As always, guys, you can check out the website, bestbetjax.com, for all the details when it comes to promotions, live stream schedule, tournaments, and much more. Of course, we have our Summer Swing Series that's going to be in the month of June. Christmas in July, in the month of July, which is one of our bigger promotions that's going to be taking place. And then once we hit August, it becomes the Card Player Poker Tour, our summer tournament series that's going to be taking place in the month of August. So there's going to be a lot of things happening over the next 3 months here at Best Bet Jacksonville. And I believe the Card Player tournament schedule and structures and everything there is up on the website as well, so you can check that out.
That's a gift.
All right, 3 players to the flop here. And Dees does catch a king on this flop. Jimmy does have a gut shot to try to hit an 8 to complete his straight. And Mad Hatter also has a draw to Broadway, could try to hit a queen. But he is out of there. And the queen does hit. Oh, man, wow. That's unfortunate. So 2 pair now for D's. Jimmy could still try to hit a jack or an 8. Try to complete one of his straights. Instead of an inconsequential tray on the river, Dees is going to go take it down.
2 pairs of mine.
Yeah, Reno, I mean, it's hard to say. Obviously, yeah, with the name Mad Hatter, you expected maybe some super loose play, some nutty play potentially. But yeah, it's, he's kind of just stayed close to the vest for most of the night, and it's worked for him. I mean, he is up. But outside of that, for the most part, I mean, at the end of the day, that's all you need is just finish up.
But I'd say the actual casino itself is big. But the building there is pretty big.
You really think this place would be like full Saturday?
Oh, it'll be, yeah, pretty packed.
Full.
No, not full, like overflowing or anything, but I think close to it.
Like how many tables do you think?
A lot. There's gonna be a lot bigger for sure. Hold 9, play 2. Hold 3. Thank you. Appreciate what you said. Hold 6. Check. Check.
Reaching for chips. I'm not used to it.
Alright, there's 4 right there. $10. 7, hold 8. Hold 3. Hold.
Hey, Chris, good to see you in the Facebook chat. Hopefully you're doing well, man. Looks like we are heading to a chop for this hand. Yep, chop it up.
7, 25.
Well, is it possible to have, what is it? Is it possible to have 4 pair?
I wish I played shit like 4.
Kings, 9s, 4s, and deuces. 4 pair. Chop it up.
Only 3 pair. Only 3 pair.
Kings, 4s, 9s, and deuces.
Nobody had a king. I mean, nobody had kings.
You're right.
They had the king kicker.
I'm combining the kings together.
Yeah.
There was 4 pairs in total in the graphics.
Ah, I see.
Yeah.
Very nice.
But yeah, you're right. 3 pair plus a king kicker.
There's a button strap, everybody. Beware.
Just work with me on my jokes.
I know.
He's gonna wait one.
So,
Yep, fold 8.
with regard to the Mad Hatter, I mean, name's just a name. You don't know
It is.
really how someone's going to play until you see it. Obviously, a poker vlog is typically a highlight reel, but this is everything.
Right, and
on the
also,
stream.
this is our first time seeing him on the live stream too. You know, it's his first time here. Who knows? Maybe where he plays, he is a looser player. You know, just a very small sample size.
Yep.
Which is why I tell people all the time, like the live stream is such a small sample size, especially when you play a lot of poker. As we see this flop, a 7, 10, 6 flop. It's like Dees is playing the Doyle, and it is in the lead.
It was the hand that you played against me.
And 10 deuce will get it done.
Did he show?
I feel like that's the other thing you gotta do.
You gotta show if you win with it.
I feel like that's what you need to do.
In honor.
If you're gonna play the Doyle, you show the Doyle. I feel like that needs to happen.
If you're gonna fold it, don't admit it.
Yeah.
I mean, Rhino, you may not have seen it earlier tonight, but he did fold queens to a 4-bet, and he was correct.
That he did, yeah. He did 100% do that. All right, so let's see. Jimmy raises a 10. Amber does call with ace king.
Looks like she's going to get a 5-way flop at this rate.
Yep, smoke with the pair of 5s. Of course, he's going to call.
6-way flop, actually.
Yep. Best bet heads up +1.
Yep. Ace king in a multi-way pot. Top pair doesn't become as appealing
No,
just
not at
because of the
all.
ability to be beat.
8, 7, jack. Like
Both Jeremy and Tim P with 9-8, BLT with Jack 10, and Jimmy's actually going to c-bet this, and it ain't getting through.
No, there's too many players involved. Someone's going to call. There is our dude D Money once again, man. Thank you so much, gifting 5 channel memberships to the channel. Appreciate it so much, D Money. As always, thank you so much, dude. Greatly appreciate it. And it looks like all those memberships were snatched up fairly quickly.
Yep. Big Tex, one of our chat regs.
Oh yeah, he was ready for it.
A staple for the player in the meetup game as well.
Mm-hmm.
And one of our favorite on Saturday, the PLO stream.
Absolutely. So BLT does rip it all in. And then here's Jeremy with 9-8.
And let it go.
Yeah, he did let it go. So BLT will go ahead and scoop this one up.
Top pair was good.
So,
Got to
okay.
take it down.
Oh, did you get the swag D Money? Okay, I was actually about ready to ask you about that. Good. Glad you got the swag, man.
I got the spade, you know, I got to go shop.
It was the least we could do, considering how much you've gifted our channel our members channel memberships and stuff like that and everything. So thank you very much, man.
He's in.
Yeah.
Straddle.
You good? I told him you coming. Don't run. Let me fall. I'm gonna feel that.
At that
Then
point,
it's gonna
just
be my
call
fault.
25 when everyone stays to the river, you know, get accidentally back Spain or.
Appreciate it. There's a straddle in the 36. 20.
Oh, Slick Rick from the Lodge in the chat.
Oh, what's up, Slick Rick? Good to see you. Hopefully you're doing well.
Thanks for
stopping
coming
by.
in, joining us.
Yeah. Definitely appreciate you coming through, hanging out with us.
I kind of want to eventually do a poker trip down to Texas. I've done one before, but only played in one room.
See the swap is a King 10 Jack. Rainbow board. You got the battle of pocket pairs now.
Yeah, both with under pairs. Not much to work with. Looks like 2 more Broadway cards came on the turn and river, so.
It did. Not a great run out for anybody, but the 8s are going to get it done.
You hear that ringtone in the back too? That's basically.
That was basically
that hand.
Sums up the entire hand. The Hanna-Barbera sound effects on the phone.
Yeah.
Miss Deb becoming a member as well. Thank you so much, Deb. Good to see you. As always, appreciate it. And Slick Rick, we appreciate the compliment. Thanks so much.
Y'all are great too over there. Getting some big games going at the Lodge, especially with Doug Polk over there.
Mm-hmm.
36.
More of a gambler on the pool table. Okay. We got a pretty good pool place a little down the road, cue ball.
Yeah, pretty nice. They get pretty busy too.
I know some of our, I think even some of our live stream crew goes hangs out over there after we're done with some of the live streams and everything.
Yeah, some of them are super regular, or used to be super regular goers there.
5 tray 4 flop.
Quite literally an absolute whiff for everybody except BLT with his gutter.
Yep.
20 on the 2, gold 3.
Bet's probably just going to take it down.
You know why I love that flop? Because I want the blind hand from this first thing.
BLT is going to take that one down.
That's the best hand. That's the best hand. Yeah, the best hand. I know. Normally I hate that flop, but it's like I'm the blind, he's the blind.
Yeah, I had king high.
I got the diamond.
Oh, what's the name of that place that is on Blanding? I forget.
Under the gun.
But playing Gainesville mainly. All right. Actually, I have a buddy of mine that's actually going to start teaching over at UF beginning this summer.
Oh, nice.
Yep, he spent a lot of his time teaching at UNF and got the opportunity to keep his teaching career going, so he's going to be teaching over at UF.
There are some players that play at Best Bet, and they're also former pros or even former pool hustlers. There's one I remembered back playing here in 2014, 2015, back when I used to play here. I just can't remember his name, though. But there's one guy who plays 2-5 here regularly that is an absolute pool shark.
Blanding Billiards, that's what it is, yeah. So Jimmy does catch a pair with the jacks now on the flop.
Matt Hatter with the overpair of kings.
Yep.
Probably feeling pretty good about his hand, but only electing to call on the flop. Maybe going to raise later in the hand.
Yep, just keeping Jimmy along for now.
Ooh, Jimmy picking up a flush draw
That's
to
a
go with his pair of
very
jacks.
good turn card for him. And now, yep, that's where Mad Hatter does make the raise, and Jimmy's going to call.
Yep, Jimmy's going all in for about 110, 120.
Yeah, he is going in with what his remaining stack is and does whiff. So Mad Hatter is going to get this one, and Jimmy's going to reload.
Going to ship another stack Mad Hatter's way.
Perfectly played.
We need 500.
Yeah, Blanding Billiards, that's what it is, David.
Not match the stacks. You can match my stack. I mean, it's like less than 5, so yeah. There's a couple stacks you can match, you know. Thank you, I appreciate it.
Yep.
I think I hear Keith L back there, who was part of that 5-5 PLO stream that we had this past weekend.
Folding the 6. Fold 7. Fold 8.
Straddle. Yep. Straddle.
Fold 9. Fold 1. Fold 2. Check.
All right, 3 players to the flop here. 8, 5, 10. So Jimmy gets 2 pair, 8s and 5s. Amber with 2 overs is going to call. 9 on the turn.
25 and 3. Fold 4. Call 9.
So we are heads up. 2 pair for Jimmy.
Check, check, sure. 2 pairs.
Yeah. He's got 9, he's got 5s and 8s. Starts swinging up here. Fold 8. Fold 9.
Got a little over an hour left in this live stream.
Fold 4.
Playing some 2-2 no limit holder deep stack cash game action here for you.
And a 6.
Again, tomorrow night we'll be back at it with 2-5, and then on Saturday the 5-10 no limit hold'em. Our June live stream schedule is up on the website. If you guys want to check it out, go to bestbetjacks.com. If you want to try to sign up for any of those games as well, there will be an online seat request form that you got to fill out to try to get on one of our live streams. We have been trying to get some bigger games into the rotation, such as
Button straddle.
10-25 no limit hold'em. Some 5-10 PLO. We've been trying to get into the mix as well.
Ladies and gentlemen, button straddle.
Although I think next month, because obviously with WSOP starting up pretty soon as well, we'll try to get those bigger games again going probably sometime in the month of July. Then, of course, with the summer, the Card Player Poker Tour, there'll be an opportunity for us to get some big games going again as well. Interesting flop here. They both have oh no, actually Jimmy just flopped the straight right out of the gate. King is going to seal the deal. Jimmy's going to take it. Amber did have a wheel draw as well with this. Now Jimmy's going to bet 20 and Amber will get rid of it. Pretty easy game when you flop the straight.
No, did I? You know, family?
We all got dimes.
Button straddle. Nice. You got the big one when you get a chance. Appreciate that. 8 folds. 9 folds.
So it looks like we got a button straddle.
One's gonna call it. 2's gonna call it. 3's gonna fold. 4 is gonna fold. 6 is gonna fold. Raise it to 10.
And
7.
looks like there is a raise from Tim to 10.
Just a little sweetener.
Yeah.
Not really going to get any folds with only making it 10 on top of 4.
Right. Smoke does catch a jack on his flop.
Both Smoke and BLT have a pair and an open ender.
What they do. And Tim Pete has a gutter. Try to hit an 8. King on the turn. Now that does bring the flush draw out for Smoke.
Yeah, but makes BLT his straight.
It does make the straight for
and he
BLT.
chooses to check it back.
Ooh.
Missed out on some value there for sure.
Yeah, that's an interesting little check back there. Missed out on some value and also giving Smoke a free river card that could have completed his flush. It's a very interesting check with 2 potential flush draws out there. It does get a little bit of value though. Smoke does call, so BLT will get a little back there, but yeah, that was a pretty interesting check on that turn. Especially also seeing diamonds completing on the river too.
Production piece right there.
It did that one time and it was enough. It did that one time.
In the beginning?
Yeah, that was a wrap.
People ordering steaks and stuff?
It was a wrap. They limited it to 1 drink.
They look at the number like, dang.
It was a wrap.
Okay, lightweight. 1 drink is good.
Never make that mistake again.
Fold 2. Fold 3. Call 4. Fold 6. Fold 7, 8. Oh. 16 and the 9. Call 4.
All right, heads up here.
Celtics up big.
An ace for Jeremy on this flop, plus a backdoor to spades.
Check 9. Gotta get a little extra money. Check 4.
He's like, he said, he's like, I'm gonna tell my bookie whatever bet you got on that game. Put it.
Everybody thinks it's going to end.
Game 6. But if it doesn't,
That's the problem.
it's brutal. I really like Gabe Jensen. Solid player.
Brutal. I don't know what another
All right, so action's going to start with Amber Butterfly here, as it looks like another straddle here from Jimmy.
call for worse than that. Call
Friday. Probably on the button. How you say, mister?
No talent around. He has to do everything.
Too late now. Name of my autobiography.
Smoke's going to go ahead and get out of there. Call from BLT. Jimmy's going to go ahead and check. So 4 players. Queen, 5, 10 flop. So BLT does catch a queen. Jimmy catches a 10.
Oh, we had a player down there? I didn't even notice.
Jimmy kind of doing his default, flopping middle pair better and betting.
Now Jimmy is drawing dead as BLT has trips.
Have a 10.
And it does go check, check, and BLT will just take it down.
It was a mistake. That's supposed to have this hand. You're supposed to have my hand.
I don't think you're blind yet. Straddle though, but
something happened.
it doesn't really come to pass.
Anyway, something happened. He like lost the whole team. It was like night and day.
That's not straddling.
And he really should have been playing Richardson that season. Instead of Jones.
That's gotta be fold. That's what happened. If you go, in third and 19, because I'm getting them up.
Every time.
I'm lucky for that too. 6 in a row.
6 dollars?
I'll just be so mad. I can't even yell. I just look in disgust.
I got 4 players this time. 9, 7, 6 flop. Jimmy flopping 2 pair. D's open-ended. So now our heads up here. Straight does complete for D's.
26. Call 20.
It was crazy, man, yesterday.
20 and saw that call.
Like, I can't remember what inning.
Well, D's is going to collect here as he does get the check mark after turning the straight. Jimmy's going to bet 20. That's what D's elects to do. Now, diamonds do complete, but he is going to raise it to 75. And that will get Jimmy to fold, and D's now with over 2K in front of him. Pretty solid night for D's after having to rebuy back in. It's up almost 1,000 now.
Should be up right about that amount, and good time to check.
Yeah,
Chase is pushing in.
Yeah, let's find out for sure. Actually, yeah, up a little bit more. 1,300 for D's. He's up. Mad Hatter still up a little bit. Again, we're subtracting 300 for Mad Hatter, so he's up close to 700. Smoke is relatively even, same as Butterfly. Jeremy stuck about 200 because we're adding 300 to his. Tim stuck, BLT stuck, and Jimmy stuck as well. And look at the VPIPs. Jimmy being the most stuck, but he is driving the action. 56% VPIP for him. And that's the way things look after 4 hours. We do enter our final hour of the live stream. Do appreciate you guys hanging out and watching with us.
140?
141. I won't bet
Don't
any
forget the
more than
one.
that.
Don't forget the one. 70 for
Yeah, I remember what happened with D's. He added on about 300 in midstream. So
Okay, yeah. So it's just a small top off for him.
yeah,
Get it back. 68, I call.
Jimmy with a massive 3-bet, going from 10 to 70.
I would have called with his hand.
Has
That's
7
how much
exit,
gamble I
yeah,
got
sure.
right now.
He is out of position, and honestly, just taking it down with Ace King is not a bad move ever.
Yeah.
Ready? Straddle in the 3. Starts in the 4 seat over here.
What's on the 13?
Yeah.
11.
So when the camera's off, we're still playing. That's when the real game
Move even
starts.
to the table, yeah.
That's when the real game starts.
What'd you say? I'll be at work if I, I'm with you. And I got an hour and a half drive home. Darn it. Close to Gainesville.
I got a buddy who
So Jimmy raised it to 20 with ace 8 suited.
It's probably terrible. All of us are there.
There's the Candyman Joe in the YouTube chat. Good to see you, man. Can't wait to get back there. Just signed up for the June 15th live stream.
He signed up for the main
He
event.
signed
final.
up for the main event final table. I like it.
I think anyone would want to sign up for that.
Hey, he's calling the shot.
Wow, what a
I'm like,
flop here.
whoa.
Queen Jack 10 all spades, but just not much for anybody.
Yeah. Now board pairs. So who's in the lead? Is it Amber? With the
Amber with her queen, yep.
Yeah.
Wrong suit. Wrong suit.
Very much the wrong
that
suit.
clubs didn't come.
Very much the wrong suit.
Pretty wild to see a flop like that. You'd think it would be like big action, but when it gets really coordinated and 3-suited like that, often the action slows down. Just so easy for someone to make a monster hand.
Yeah.
Everybody knows.
That's like a couple of suited aces I get, and it's just the opposite. You know?
You better be the savior. You better be the next coming Tim Tebow.
Like even earlier with the ace king.
Straddle?
It's 10 deuce.
Just a call. Dude, I'm out of it.
I haven't looked. If you want to shot, we'll shot. I haven't looked. Okay, that's fine.
All right. Looks like we're just chopping this one up.
Might be the first one of the night I think I've seen.
I think that's the first time in a while that we've had a chopped hand like that.
Yeah, I don't think I've ever seen it fold to the blinds tonight.
Yeah.
I'll always chop. But it's,
Well, that's
I don't like
something like
people that
7,
wanna look
8
at the cards.
suited, 9, 10 suited for the high hand.
I don't look at my cards, so if you want to chop, we'll chop. I'll chop. We're going to chop, we're going to chop.
Your first one.
Straddle hit me a couple of quad shots and a straight.
Unless you're trying to get it.
Yeah. I call.
Where when someone's got a pocket knife, they don't see a flop and keep quad 8 or something.
Oh yeah, that's
They go 2-4. I don't think the boy makes it. I think Jimmy makes it.
Can't chop on a straddle.
All right, check.
9-5 king flop here.
Him, right?
Ace high still very much in the lead.
Until now.
Until now, it does check around and
Looks like
these
it's
will
just
get
simply going to check around. And
yep. 10. But yeah, of course, the Summer Swing Series main event
I forgot what my other call was.
is our final tournament, obviously, of our Summer Swing Series. It's going to be taking place here at our Jacksonville location. $600 buy-in. It's going to be 3 flights. And then, of course, the final day that we'll have.
stream final table on Sunday.
Absolutely.
Taylor, give me something I can get these chips in with.
It's going to be next hand because you just now told me. I will.
So I can't put them in this hand?
Hey,
Is that against the rules?
Oh, it's a straddle.
Call 9. 1 and 2.
This guy.
118 and 3.
He's just trying to help you get them all.
I know, he's really great.
Call 6.
He's getting better all.
Jimmy C raising it up with the mystery hand.
Go ahead and turn it over. It's no big deal. Okay, somebody saw it. Plus 7. Call 9. And then we got Queen 5 of clubs.
I ain't know that.
Not coming.
So Tim tried to fold his hand, but it did get
Or
exposed.
does he?
They roll
Or
like
does
sideways almost.
The reverse slightly better than that.
Which Chase did see it, so he had to let the table know.
Oh.
Meanwhile, Jimmy mystery hand.
Gonna see bet. It's like 30.
Oh.
And Jeremy's probably gonna take a card off with his 8. Nope, gonna let it go. Mystery hand's gonna take
I would
it.
have 100% put my chips in right there.
Yes. Yeah.
Are you allowed to rabbit on here?
No.
Nope.
Thank you. I wish we had.
What if you were to accidentally flip the card over?
Spot, you know, that'd be cool. I get
What if you accidentally flip a card over?
There's no eyes on it. There's no eyes on it.
We could have a Reddit camp, like a little sensor to put the.
It was there. Can't call it on the turn. I've seen it.
I think any club.
It would be kind of interesting if we did have something like that, a sensor that we could
Oh yeah. Any
put a card on,
That's funny.
show it for the audience. Amber gonna raise it up with queens.
There it is.
Oh, dream spot for Amber really. Tim P's shoving it all in, and she has him crushed.
So just so y'all know, y'all saw me fold queen.
All right, so
5.
Tim
My range is
does
better.
go all in here with his remaining stack of what he has.
This is true.
10-9 suited. Pocket queens for Amber. Man, queens, it's been a while since we saw queens, but they are popping off here again. Amber's had queens quite a couple times. All right, so here we are, heads up. with
Yeah, it's her
Amber.
third time at least tonight.
That Amber's had him, yeah.
I do. That's why you said it. Both of those beat my party. I have 2 unders now. Oh, but I got a pair now.
Jack 5-10 flop.
Oh, I got
Open
a
ender
straight.
for Tim P
Uh-oh,
now.
queens getting dangerous.
Queens hold up.
Queens hold up.
Damn, that's a good.
Enjoy it, guys.
Thank you, man.
All right, that's going to be the end of Tim's night.
He had something going on in the early couple hours, but
I'm a king. I don't
didn't really have anything go his way the last 2 hours, really.
Yeah, unfortunately, just kind of fell apart, and that's going to be the end of Tim's night. But we are anticipating that he will be back at it
Where you posted that too.
tomorrow for our 2-5 game, as he is on the list for the 2-5 no limit hold'em game that we have in store for you. Again, 6:15 live stream time that we'll have for that game.
Yep, that'll be me and Jacob dealing, I believe.
Yep, and then I believe that then it will be myself and Kirk commentating tomorrow night.
Yep.
And then on Saturday, it's I think Jacob and Theo dealing, and myself and Mike Kruger going to be commentating Saturday.
Oh, very nice.
Of course, Mike Kruger, the card room manager at Orange Park. Always enjoy having him in the room. Six trade 9 flop.
Again, a nothing for anybody flop.
Yeah, I've had a few of those. Well, we're close to. I mean, we're less than an hour, so it's kind of a weird spot as far as you know, trying to get the seat filled. We do have a long enough list, though. We have like, I think when I went out there was still like 12 names on the list, which is rare because like for our 2-2 games, typically we'll have quite a bit of few no-shows, and then the list will diminish because of that. But tonight, like 6 of our initial 8 were already here. So that's why we still have a pretty lengthy list. It looks like Smoke.
He's switching seats.
He is switching seats, yep. Going from the 1 seat to where Tim was.
No threat of Chase getting his head kissed now.
Oh, that's what I'm talking about. Fourth quarter. Fourth quarter.
It'll let us know right on your move.
We're at overtime, sir.
That's why I
We're
have
past
not
the fourth quarter.
Dee's raising it first act in a straddle pot, I believe. Raising it to only 10. 2.5 times the straddle. Oh. I wonder what Jimmy had to have to fold that.
Yeah. Doesn't like folding, that's for sure. Pair of queens and a tray. Wow, there's the queens again.
Amber's 9s are still good.
Check 6? Yes.
Yeah. Okay, we're gonna check.
Check 2.
Amber gonna bet this turn, and only person that can really call her is Mad Hatter, but I don't think she has the image that he wants to call with 4s there.
Yeah,
I straddle. I had to benefit.
you
I
literally
straddle.
have to pay like everything.
Every hand.
If you show it, everything.
We have a straddle from
Yeah, queen 3.
For tomorrow night's game, I really like Dee's chances. I think he's played pretty well tonight.
Mm-hmm.
Obviously run well too, but seems to play pretty well.
I'm also curious about Jimmy as well, because he's been super aggressive in this game tonight. I wonder if he'll maintain and continue that same aggression tomorrow for the
Yeah.
2-5 game.
He may rein it in some, but I imagine he'll probably still be top 3 on the VPIP list.
Yeah.
hold 4.
I didn't.
Trying to see who else is on this list for tomorrow. That will be some players of interest to keep an eye on. AJ, okay, AJ's on this list.
Oh, wow.
AJ, who's a really, really solid player, really good.
Very good player.
He'll be on here. Johannes, it's been a while since I've seen Johannes on the live stream.
Oh, wow, what a turn card for Dees. He called the flop with his
Ooh.
king high and manages to turn a pair and a nut flush draw.
And Mad Hatter's got 2 pair here.
They're pretty
that he
deep
flopped.
stacked, too.
This could get interesting.
And he's just going to call. The hand would have gone down a very interesting road if he chose to raise.
And it's just going to go check, check.
Mad Hatter happy to show down his 2 pair.
This is true.
Probably was not going to get value from Dee's specific hand, but
Thank you. Straddle on the
if
button.
Dee's held an ace, he could probably get value there.
Starting on 4 seats. Wow.
It's hard to bluff you though.
Yeah.
Very sticky.
I have a really good hand there too.
Let's figure out how to bet the time if I blasted me off the wall.
Yeah, it's kind of funny. It sounds like we had a very quiet room tonight, right?
Yeah.
With how quiet it's been, but here we are on a Thursday night.
Yes, you had moved it too quickly for him.
I think we had 3 5-5 PLOs last time I looked.
Yeah, 3-5-5 PLOs. We did lose 1-1-2 PLO table, but 7 on the list again, so they may try to open one back up again soon. But even, I mean, we still got 20 tables going tonight on a Thursday night.
Yeah. Thursday, we're usually decently busy.
Yeah.
We have a straddle on the button. Thank you.
Just kind of depends.
You live in Georgia?
No, near games. I live here. I live here.
All right, button straddle in action starting in the 6th seat.
You live around here?
From Boston.
From Boston?
Yeah.
What you doing down here?
I wanted to play in this.
Really?
Yeah.
Say this.
This guy's over
Oops, Mad Hatter folding out of turn again,
Don't come all the way down here.
not noticing the button straddle.
No, it was.
Call 6. Call 7.
It was for this and for Saturday. Saturday.
1500.
Where you play in Boston?
Encore.
Oh, that's cool.
Yeah, so Dee's is from Boston and
Yeah.
Jimmy's from DC. Both coming down to play this weekend, both this 2-2 game and 2-5 game.
That's really cool. It's cool to hear stories of the of guys coming out of town just to play on our live stream and stuff like that. That's pretty
Yeah,
cool.
usually we see stuff like that typically during tournament series, but we get the few people like this that'll come down just to come play stream.
Yeah. Well, I mean, our area, and I'm factoring in St. Augustine in this too and everything. It's very much a tourist attraction that
Yep.
people like to go to for, like, you know, Memorial Day weekend that we have coming up and everything.
That's
So,
true.
Not the L.
Definitely makes sense. 2 pair for D's and flush draw
That
for
flush draw
Smoke.
for Smoke, yep.
And the flush does complete for Smoke.
D's probably feeling a little suspicious here. Smoke checked the flop, then called his big raise.
D's is just going to go ahead and call it. Trying to pair the board with either a jack or a 9. That's an upside down 9, but not good enough. 6 on the river.
Smoke stack is only $99 left from what I'm looking at.
D's does check it to him.
That defeats my first loss. Fell to my strength, but they'll be well over.
Hands aren't even getting good boards.
Bets 45, and that will get D's the fold. So Smoke will get a little bit back there.
That fold looked pretty pain-free for D's. I
Yeah,
think he was probably 85% certain that Smoke had
Was it
a flush or just something that beat him.
It's like on the west side. I'm on the like east coast, like near the water. But the encore is really nice.
Oh, they have an encore up there?
Yeah.
That's fancy.
It was really nice, but now it's not as nice. Like you were saying, you were talking about like the best poker room you've ever been in. Like, encore was the best I've ever been in.
In Boston or
Yeah, Boston. Yeah, when they first opened up.
Smoke with the ace-king in the small blind. Not sure what he's going to do here. Looks like he's putting together a 3-bet.
Just Vegas, here, and California.
California, they have really good action on it.
Oh yeah, Commerce is doing this.
Crazy, man.
Jimmy C's been getting in the action a lot, but he did hesitate for a moment, hit there with his ace-jack. Thought he was maybe going to fold it, and D's going to call on the button with 9-8 offsuit. And Smoke just got pretty worked by this flop. Both D's and Jimmy taking the lead over him. But a massive flop bet from Smoke, basically going all in. Betting 220 into a pot of 150. Looking pretty strong, and Jimmy's gonna believe, and so is D's. So Smoke kind of brute forced that pot into his stack.
10-19, so in I myself 15 minutes, look at that here.
I changed it on here instead.
Give yourself a signal.
Like, this is the hand I need to look at.
Like,
I
this
folded
is the one I want to know.
I folded ace-jack there. Was that a good fold?
Maybe it's because I live here. I hate Vegas.
Oh yeah, exactly.
He could have just checked from 15 minutes.
Call.
Or just, watch the stream.
Nope.
Fold 3, fold 4.
20.
20 versus 6. Fold 8. Oh, Boston's a race 100.
Wow. So it's just you and me.
That's how you work.
Yeah, there's me and you, boss.
So Jimmy once more with the mystery hand. I believe he limped, then 3-bet D's raise.
And after that hand, you gotta look at this hand.
I already know this one.
My family's watching. Oh my God, this is a donation.
He's trying to get famous. He's trying to make the highlight reel.
That's a donation, but I don't know.
This ain't a highlight reel, right, Chase?
You are.
I know. 120.
This one. 120 from the Brucey.
Yep.
It's the folded straight flush draw.
Oh my God, he's trying to make a hero.
He said, Deuce, y'all said Deuces never loses. Y'all said that.
This is the fourth time I had it, so I never hit a
Set,
set.
yeah,
I was like,
sets,
all
dude.
right.
Sets, dude. Let's go.
That was a stupid call, but whatever.
That wasn't. I could have had ace king there easily.
That was for TV. That was for
Going back to
TV.
Boston. When you going back to Boston?
I'm going back Sunday.
Okay, because I was going to say Daytona Sunday for Memorial Day's got like a 15K high hand. Like,
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Damn, I'm not gonna be here that long.
That's too late.
I'll be back already.
Usually I forget
That's
that.
too
I'll
late.
take me off. I actually went.
Oh wow, Jimmy missing his straddle and getting the aces. And choosing to limp.
Straddle was too late.
I could have vouched for him.
Was it? You could have vouched for me,
I
right?
could have vouched for him.
Looks like he's gonna get exactly what he wants too.
You know what? Here's action.
Jeremy, D's, and BLT all in the pot for 15, but none of them with much of a hand.
Yep, that's it.
So Jimmy's just gonna take it down. Slightly disappointing result with aces.
Thank you. Appreciate it. He's played with us before.
Yeah, I just had ace trade before, like you guys were at it or not. I was so happy with the first ace, and I see a trade.
Tab doesn't want to sterilize.
That was so stupid. Probably wasn't the right.
He's tall enough to do that. Like, that worked for him.
That was the fourth time I had.
Yeah, that camera here, right?
Yeah. That actually worked for him. Like,
On you, Mr. Hemper.
it's on me.
Butterfly.
I'm going back to watch.
So after this hand, we will have the full table once more, hopefully for the rest of the stream.
25?
It deterred me from ball 13.
Yeah, I know.
That's really a little bit better.
Going heads up to this flop, D's and Amber.
Chase, did you shuffle the deck?
I might have forgotten.
16.
D's just not gonna try his hand at bluffing this time.
Thank you.
Jack 9 Austin, 7-8 Austin.
Did it ever come though? Any of your shit hands?
Not really. Like one or two of the boards, all ones I folded, but not.
So BMW in the game. I could have sworn he played a stream last year, or he may well have played one this year. I'm just misremembering.
I played a lot of shit hands.
That's
That's all I'm gonna say.
Well, you see the stream, you'll see. I play.
I play whatever works.
I mean, we started the game pretty hot. It was 7-5 off. With Jack 9 off. I don't know what I was thinking.
TVs, man, the TVs. They make you do stuff.
Stupid.
Good.
Yeah, I did some dumb stuff with 5 deuce off.
Interesting to see people choosing the $10 raise size a bunch, even with the straddle on, just
Check.
basically incentivizing everyone to call here. And what do you know, we get the best bet heads up once more, 5 ways to the flop. Jimmy calling the flop bet with his flush draw. Him and BLT going heads up to the turn. Jimmy making his flush and choosing just to check twice.
One more club. That was a good jack from me though.
Probably no value to be had against BLT's specific hand.
No.
Runner.
Man down.
I know where it is. Thank you. Actually, on 4 here. She's calling. 6 4. 7 12. 25. 25 and C3.
Jimmy once again getting all the limps to his straddle and then just punishing him and having a big hand to raise. King Queen against this field of limpers is just much better. Jeremy gonna call. And we're gonna get another heads up flop between Jeremy and Jimmy.
Good fold, donkey.
35. See my card, sir?
Talking about me.
See, like, that's a good hypothetical for my garbage. At 6'8" would have been a good flop still. Take it.
You got 6'8"?
Yeah. I guess that was the 5'7" over there, huh? Yeah, they didn't have anything that would have worked for me.
Yeah, exactly. You bet it.
What are you talking about? Hacking high. The monster.
You would have raised it.
That would have worked for me.
Curious, at the end, do they do like big winner who plays the most hands, stuff like that? Do they say who plays the most hands and stuff like that?
Yeah,
You
yeah,
bet
yeah,
that
yeah,
stuff?
yeah.
Oh yeah, I have a side bet on that.
It's gotta be you.
I have a side bet on that.
We can tell you here. It's gotta be
I'm gonna be the lowest.
Raise 15 from mine.
I don't think you'd be the lowest.
you. Might
Yes,
be.
yes. But she's not ashamed of it, sir.
Yeah, I'm like probably in the middle.
What do you think your beef is?
50%.
Seth, you know how to line up?
I mean, at whatever the average
I
percentage
know I
is, probably like
my flush
40.
all that.
Do you know how to
It's
line up?
earlier, it rained, pink shirt.
Even if it's top of all.
We thought I had a 45.
So he can tell you what it is.
Well, I know how to rep it too, and they'll bet the turn too.
Oh,
The turn.
in the end, you do it in the end. It doesn't matter. Not right now. Because then if I'm behind, we're going to have to catch up because there's a side set.
You can still try to get
I did.
up, sir. Can't beat Sammy. Sammy's beat there like 70%. I'm second. Let's go, and I ain't been having hands. But I am
The hell
down
you
crazy.
doing?
I am garbage, sir. I've been garbage.
Third, yeah, I thought, yeah.
I said I've
I
had
folded a lot of hands.
pocket nines, ace king, trying a lot, ace queen suited, and ace queen off. So those have been my 4 premium hands.
I thought I played a decent amount of hands.
So I bet you must bet. Bet on the street.
Every time I got
sir.
out of line, I got my head knocked.
Like, you see they have like, yeah, you look like that. I'm normally playing some BS and then you get some good hands that pays off, you know, but when you play BS and just don't get it, it's like,
Oh,
He's on the list, he got chips in his hand, he said, let's go.
ask him to open up seat 9 or seat 5. Seat 5.
Nine-handed? Go
Seat
nine-handed?
5.
Amber said you can sell on her lap.
No, sit on seat. Open up seat 5.
There is a seat open.
I know.
It's only like 13 minutes.
Yeah, you did good. Try to get a sky.
Check it. Check out.
Action's died down a little bit. We got a limp pot right here. Jimmy with middle pair. Smoke with top pair.
But they're close.
Oh, damn. Actually, I have a
Ace turn gonna slow things down. Both players check. Pardon me. Both just kind of happy to show it down. Check down the river.
I know it might be a while, but remember this.
Hey guys, ladies, Seth's coming in for your last down. Thank you very much.
Thank you. You done for the night? There you go. Appreciate it. Thank you.
So that is Chase's last down for the night. Seth is coming in for the last 30 minutes. Again, thanks you all for hanging out with us, watching the stream, commenting, liking, subscribing.
Uber or taxi, right?
Alright.
We do it for y'all. We do it for the viewers.
And it's like, Don't put me on this, bro. I think last
So
time we played
here's to hoping for good action last 30 minutes with Seth coming in.
I have no idea either. I have no idea how you number
And
2.
it's not like a small one. Like, they have all kinds of
Yeah. Wow.
appetizers, everything. And the rolls ain't like, I mean, around here with that.
No
Not
problem.
even number 2. You're tied with me.
Last time you did
What am I
that,
doing?
I don't even like that. They thought I missed it. Everybody else missed it. I
Oh,
called
no,
it.
you and me.
You at least announced it last time you did that. We tried to sneak that one in there. I seen that.
Call 3. Hidden gem.
26.
Go ahead. I'm not even
I don't even know.
I don't even know, man. He missed it. He missed it.
Dees has definitely been the most aggressive player on the table tonight. He's been involved in a lot of hands, but also been just kind of driving the action the most out of everyone. Jimmy here with the middle pair on the flop. And Dees choosing to check back, electing not to bluff. Jimmy getting the sense that his queen is good, betting the turn. Dees with just a gut shot. His king is live too. Jeremy getting a pretty appealing price even with just bottom pair on the turn. River breaks off. Jimmy good with just his queen.
Queen.
And it's going to check around.
I'm calling anything. Up to 100.
Oh,
There's
shit.
the limit. There's the cap.
200 I'll fold.
There's the cap.
I was going to bet 125.
See?
I'm out. I fold it. 125 I fold.
Nah, I think you said
Trying to make you in next
I
time.
think your cap was like 400.
He said 400 is your cap. Damn.
He's not off.
1 to
Hey,
4.
he's not off.
Goodness.
Under the gun straddle.
Reminds me of like Christmas when I was a kid. I'm all like
What's
excited to
that?
open the present. And I'm
Oh.
like, what's this?
I'm like, what was that?
Fold 4.
John, you snorting. I'm like, you okay over there? It's like you were snoring for a second. Like, that's
Just chase.
threw me on my whole day hearing that just then. Like, what was that?
How much? 10? 10 back? Yeah, call 10.
10, raise the 10 and call.
Snatch
Go
your
higher,
ass.
I
What's
probably
the
just
score right
go
for him?
higher, I probably just fold.
Right.
Okay.
I check.
I check.
You really didn't want $100, did you? I $10.
Jimmy was just checking back his ace-jack, hoping to make high hand there, but a little bit disappointed in not making it.
Almost want to use you and like lead out 10 on the flop, like count 10.
I was just trying to get out of it. I hit the dealer $100. Well, apparently forgot to deal.
Well, you can see there, right? You bet anything. I'm just folding, right? I didn't want to put the river, man. Maybe let me catch up. Maybe take a shot.
Oh.
So we're getting towards the end, so I got a question there, BLT.
What's up?
Is it just your initials? Because you know I'm a big guy.
No,
I love
it's not.
BLTs.
It actually it stands for better luck tomorrow.
Oh.
Because we've all had some bad poker runs and stuff like that. You know,
I like it.
it's just
It's almost as
way
good
of
as
looking
bacon
to the
lettuce
next
tomato.
one, you know. Right.
That's a good name.
Call 9.
I was
15 in the 1.
figured I'd ask before we get to the end.
Yeah. Sounds good too, BLT. Everyone loves BLT.
You ain't lying. They give them to you free on a cruise boat. I tried to eat every one of them.
You live in that
Why
good
you,
life. You
why you
go
on
on
the
cruises.
BLT? I'm at
No,
the,
it's
I'm at
fine.
the soft serve ice cream machine. That's what it said. That's what it said.
I've been on one. That was before all the COVID and all that.
Man, look, he
They
ain't lived
room
till he
service
had a soft
BLTs. I tried to
serve
kill them.
at 1:30 in the morning.
Ooh, pretty action flop here.
No, on the cruise.
Smoke with an open ender, Jeremy with a flush draw, and BMW flopping top 2 pair.
They couldn't bring them quick enough.
So may well get a 3-player turn at this rate. Jeremy's played some flush draws aggressively, but electing just to play a call here. Ooh, Jeremy picked up an open ender to go with his flush draw now. That BMW has top 2 pair, but he has only 52% equity.
I was telling my wife, hey, I need yours.
But Jeremy deciding to lead out into the aggressor, and BMW has the hand
We got to start early in the morning.
to raise him with.
I could never get a drink package because I'm not drinking 15 drinks a day. I'm not.
15 drinks a day.
That's
That's why I brought my wife. So I can
Smoke just left in kind of a pinch here. Open ender, but a bet and a raise to him, so he's probably going to have to let go now.
I got 5 to 6 in
Fold 7. I cheat.
and half of those.
And Jeremy cannot fold flush draw plus open ender here. At least not for this price. So they'll go heads up to the river. 400 already in the pot.
I don't even drink that.
Offsuit king does not improve Jeremy, and he's going to check, and whatever BMW does, he's going to win the pot. Electing to check back, that overcard is a little bit of a action kill. Not quite on the level of Diamond or Spade River.
King, queen.
Sit down, what?
It's not against the house rules. It's not against the house rules.
I've been here since 6 o'clock.
I had noticed that. I was like, dang, the table ain't moved one time. The original 8 was here for a minute.
4 hours.
He like, to be exact, just let you know. Been out there waiting.
Good.
Then I made a decision, like, you know,
Oh. Yeah. You end up giving me 3.
You should have been That's the burn card.
you should have taken the 2 seat. Yeah, let's go.
You didn't want that.
I do want that. I played that all day.
Okay.
You have not seen the hands
Curious,
that
was the ace?
I believe it. I'm gonna go back and listen to it tomorrow while I'm at work.
My bucket would be.
It's
It's right here. You have to put your cards in.
Been there a long time.
You don't got to
Couple
keep
years
them in there,
ago,
just,
playing
you know,
for
put them in there for
about
like 5
3 hours,
seconds.
finally got aces.
Wherever it's comfortable.
Or you could just tell us what you have. I would just relay the message.
Straddle under the gun, fold 7. Yeah, I almost didn't thought I thought it was your card that came over this way until I'm like, oh no.
Hold on. Yeah.
He's all 1. Fold 2, fold 3. Call 4. Call 6. That won't be a 4 small try. Check 4, check 6. 20 and 8.
BMW with a solid fold here on this flop. Facing a bet of 20 from Mad Hatter, just folding top pair correctly.
Check 6. 50 and 8. Always have it.
Easy game for Mad Hatter, and he says always have it. He has tonight. He's definitely just kind of made hands and scoop pots.
That's how you get your head knocked off.
You're right. I get it.
Yeah.
You don't know where he was sitting at. You don't know what he was going for. He could have had one heart up under there. He got a heart up under there.
We are going to see at least some of these guys playing tonight in the 2-5 tomorrow night as well.
From that, I got it.
Are you serious?
So that'll be exciting to see how the game changes up around them.
It's so late. No, I don't. You didn't tell me. You're supposed to.
There you go. Mad Hatter and BMW heads up to this flop.
Yeah, gambling? You don't.
People do it all the time.
Flop doesn't offer really anything to anybody here. BMW gonna see bet 30 into 40 and take it down.
We don't play that many.
Feels like every pot BMW's been in, he's won as well today. Obviously just joined in the last 30 minutes.
I'm gonna be honest, I like the hand so good. I think really, there was a hand earlier that if you wouldn't have been big, and I probably should have called. Who's other than you would play a big call? You had king queen.
Yep.
You hit 2 pair.
Yep.
And I folded a gutter with no back door.
And it came. That queen was the one, right?
Fold 8. Fold 9.
You bet big, right? You bet on
15. We bet fold 3, fold 4. And it was 2 hearts, king high, king.
So BLT's name is Better Luck Tomorrow.
I had clubs, fold 6.
You just had a gutter. And
It's definitely felt that way for him today.
If there had been a club on the board, I would have
I mean, yeah.
Really, when you are having a bad run like this and you end up just taking it down even with a hand like king queen suited, you're a little disappointed. You kind of want the action, you want the pain,
I mean, heads up, like
just for the chance of getting some back, not just taking the blinds only.
He would have slowed down on the turn. And then you would have bet, I'd have raised, and probably put down a call or a fold against him.
But there was a king on the river. No, I'm just kidding.
Call it. Straddle the button and call him the 7. I'm still sick about it, so it'll be.
I'm gonna see your face on the screen.
Oh, it's bad one. I know it's bad. It's 15 on 2. I should hide it, but I don't.
BLT coming back in.
It was pure disgust. I'll say.
Smoke limping in King Jack.
Because I felt like he was
And
full.
BLT raising with it. D's defending his straddle with King 5 suited. And the Case King comes on the flop.
Check 7. But I felt like
We're going to see a good amount of action this hand for sure.
I mean,
BLT starting with an extra small bet here.
Yeah, he judges 50. I
Going to get hit with a check raise from Smoke for that.
But I was gonna have to call whatever he bet on.
Now D's in an awkward spot, facing a raise to 50 and call. Probably cannot be liking his top pair very much. Almost no kicker.
I wish you wouldn't have bet that flop with your guard behind.
He's going over the flop action in his head. And it looks like he's about to say goodbye to it.
Get that phone off the table.
She grounded?
Oh, he's going to
She
call.
grounded. Yep.
3 players, all with top pair.
15 minutes from now, she'll
Technically
know.
not on the table.
Smoke with the betting lead right now,
You talk back to your mom?
but might be getting the sense that his hand's no good as well, given this flop action. But still going to go all in.
Saying no.
Gets to move. Gets a pretty big benefit. Moves BLT off of a chop.
Fold 0.
Takes down a good looking
Stop
pot.
before you get running on the 7s again on me.
I didn't have even 1 7, so.
I'm gonna let you have that back just in case. Right. You don't need it? Are y'all on the phone? She gonna know in 15 minutes.
She's gonna be sleeping 15 minutes. It's her bedtime. She be in bed.
I don't
ready to go.
know. No. Under the gun strap. Fold 2. Call 3. Call 4. 25 and the 6.
4.
25.
Not for her.
4.
So D's here with the big suited ace.
So it was 25.
Got a high hand sucked out.
Gonna raise the 2 limpers up to 25. Smoke thinking about getting involved here with the 7-4 suited, but thinks better of it.
Call blind point up next level.
Mine are going up next level. I can't call. They weren't suited.
Heads up.
Check.
Not a flop for either of them.
Check again.
10-9-5.
Oh, check third time. How did I not hit?
I want my cards back.
Because you have all mine.
I want my cards
Amber made the
back.
correct fold pre-flop, but would have got there on the flop with her ace-10.
Like, all those cards are good for you. Every single one of those cards are good for you.
You still call me down. Don't make me feel better. I know you call me. Up to $200 at least. At least. Call 3.
Or fold 2, call 3. Call 4. Fold 6, fold 7. Call 8.
It's crazy how many people travel down here to play.
A lot of people.
Yeah, well, I mean,
Looking like a limp pot about to come up here.
Charlotte, the guy that was sitting here from Charlotte, both y'all come from Boston.
22 and the 1.
But BMW raising it up from the big blind. Ace-10.
Does this one?
Ahead of the field. And may well just take it down pre.
Bad. I have the future.
Feels like every pot has come BMW's way that he's gotten involved in.
No? Boston?
Hey, at least man gets 12.
Yeah, exactly.
At least man gets 12.
It's been a short but sweet stream so far for BMW.
Hey, they can win one more. This is a ball game. They can win one more.
They win one more. It's over. They win. They win the series. They win.
Denver comes out of West, though, regardless.
Oh yeah, Denver's winning. Regardless who they play.
They come out of the West, unfortunately.
Regardless who they play. Denver's winning.
Straddle under the gun.
Mount 6.
UTG straddle. 15 and the 4.
Disrespect.
Fold 7.
So Amber coming in for a raise with ace-king suited. Looks like a straddle pot, so 15's a pretty normal number.
Tell you what I have.
BMW and Jimmy C calling. BMW with king queen suited, a good hand in its own right. Jimmy betting out, small amount, Amber folding, and BMW calling with his overcards and backdoor flush.
25 and the 3.
Another small bet from Jimmy. BMW choosing to call.
Check 1.
I give up.
Check, check.
Jimmy says he gives up, but
Oh, I gave up.
is his hand good? It was not. BMW going to take it down.
I don't know. I was calling. I don't know.
I have 7-9.
My family's disappointed in me for that deuce those deuces.
All right, guys. After,
Deuces. I can beat. That's nice.
No.
This hand, final 3 hands.
Okay.
So after this hand, we'll do final 3.
So final 3 all in. Okay.
That's your
Don't make me go through blinds. Don't make me beat blinds and let me.
Oh, sit out. Mess him up. Just sit out last 3 hands.
1, 2, 3.
It's gonna be right here. That's why I said he gonna make me play the blinds and then my button.
So we have a call last game on 1, 6, 7, 8, raising the 10 to 9, or raising the 9 to 10. Fold 1, fold 2.
Call 3.
Call 3.
Call 3.
2 raise.
Check 3.
Check 3. Check, check, check. Check 7.
Check 3 again.
Check 3. 16 in the 4.
I'm sorry, Mrs. Amber.
16.
Gotcha.
Check.
1000.
Had to look at it. Like, what happened? Had to look at it. Wait, oh, wait, I lost. I was like, I was drawing dead at some point. I just bet to see if people will fold because they always do anyway.
Hello, have you met me tonight?
Oh, button straddle.
Have you seen me today?
Have you seen me play tonight?
Yeah.
You guys do straddle counters? How many
No,
straddles?
no, they should though. No, I don't know.
I definitely straddle.
Too much, too much. Oh, I'm sorry.
It wasn't me this time.
Oh, no, it was me, it was me.
It was not me this
Call.
time.
They're used to playing the most team.
Yeah.
Yeah, like open bets, 3 bets, 4 bets, that'd be cool.
25.
25 in the 6. Fold 7. Fold 8. Fold 9.
I ruined the party.
Call 1. Call 2.
But if we are the game, we get established.
Alright, there's 3 reactions. In the 6. Hold me. Call 2.
So DC betting his 7s here. Pretty safe board other than the king. Now both players turning a straight draw.
Jedi mind. What's your
Here
name?
comes probably the worst card in the deck in both their minds.
Check, check.
Both just kind of happy to show down their hands, and D's going to take this one.
This last one or second to last?
Second to the last. Second to the last. Gotta pay
So it is the last 3 hands of the stream. That was the first of the last 3. Again, thanks to everybody for coming in, watching, hanging out with us.
It was your best side. 25.
We're finishing the stream weekend with a 2-5 no limit hold'em deep stack tomorrow night, 6:15, when we'll get that running.
Have to have
And then on
standards.
Saturday afternoon, we have a 5-10 no limit stream starting at 4:15 p.m.
I do have 25.
So I hope to see y'all there.
Second to last hand you fold?
It was horrible. It was no help
There you go,
there.
Boston, sir.
Yeah, Boston got you.
Call 7. Fold 8. Call 9.
Let's go 100. Second to last hand, 100.
Jimmy on the straddle, getting a real hand and putting in a unreal size raise. 100 over the 4 limpers.
Too much? 100 too much?
Yeah, 100 was slightly too much, Jimmy.
Too much, too much.
All right, guys, this is going to be the last hand of the night. Do not start racking up, though, until the hand is complete.
Sure. Deal with this for you before I lose it all. Thank you. Appreciate it. Hey. I had kings. Somebody had aces. What the hell I had easily? Aces versus kings there easily.
I've been there, and I was the loser.
You were the kings?
Yes.
Last hand?
So this one is the very last hand of the stream tonight, everybody. Thank you, Matthew. I appreciate that. I appreciate that a lot, man.
He was like, I'm taking it home.
Jeremy with pocket deuces, gonna enter the pot.
25 in the 1.
And BMW getting in the mix the very last hand.
Oh,
raising
wow.
it up with 8-4 offsuit. You weren't here for all of it, Ryan, but BMW has won like seemingly every pot he's played other than the very last one.
Wow, all right. Hey, not bad.
Yeah. D's with a big 3-bet here.
So this is last hand of the night, right?
This is the very last hand. D's with ace-king suited, squeezing the raise and 2 callers.
I
Really going to put them all in a really tough spot here.
Not what I have here. Keep it on moving.
Jeremy not left with many options but to probably fold his deuces. The hand is at best a coin flip, and if he's up against a bigger pocket pair, he's just absolutely destroyed.
Let's not announce last hand next time.
Let's not announce it. Let's just play it.
Kind of have to announce it.
Yeah, I know.
We like to announce it because we almost always get good action on the last hand.
Yeah.
Makes for a good viewing experience.
Yep. Still gonna announce it.
What's your name?
Shouldn't let it affect anything.
At one of my former card rooms I worked in, instead of
Hey, gotta keep that on the table.
announcing last hand at the end of the night, we would do last 2 or last 3 typically.
Yeah.
So things would change up a bit. And we do the same in the Florida gaming area side of there as well.
Yeah, I mean, listen, we say final 3, but then, people will forget and be like, oh, wait, that was the last hand? Like, so that's why we double check, make sure they know. Plus, we instruct them as well with it being last hand not to start racking up and things like that and everything, so.
Most definitely.
Yep, so.
Yep, there are units of currency inside of this bed.
It's not a bad fold, Jeremy. It's okay.
And Jeremy is going to let go of the deuces.
He thinks it's the... And Jimmy's gonna not fold the 6-5 suited.
Nope, this is a surprise. I'm gonna fold it. I thought I folded a while ago, to be honest. I folded in my
So we're
hand
going to be
while
heads up with Jimmy and Dee's as we are at this final hand. Appreciate you guys hanging out. Appreciate you guys watching with us.
Too much?
And after this hand, we'll have the final stats of the night.
That we will. Jack, Queen, 8 flop. So flush draw for Jimmy.
Overcards and a gutter for D's.
Yeah. 4 on the turn.
That's a gut shot to Jimmy's hand. D's still in the lead, but a lot of outs against him.
Oh, and a 7 does get there on the river. So Jimmy is going to complete.
Give me my cards back.
Oh no!
Oh no! Jimmy misread it.
Six, five, yeah, straight.
Oh, snap! I didn't see that.
Thank that man over there in the back. Thank the man in the
Wow!
No, thank you.
Whoops!
Oh no, I'll be on the camera.
Hand was tabled.
Hand was tabled, so yeah, I mean, he did show that he had the 6-5, so.
That reminds me of a couple weeks ago when WD bet his Jack 9 on the river.
Oh, yeah, he did.
And the guy called was like, I just have a 9, and then chose the flush.
Yeah. We actually talked about that hand when I went out there because he was looking to chat with us. And,
nice.
Yeah, we actually talked about that hand.
Yeah, we had some fun with that one that week as well.
Oh, yeah, we did. All right, that's going to be it, though, for tonight's stream. At BMW, who, what was it, 30 minutes of work, $281 profit?
Not so bad.
Yep, not too bad. Mad Hatter is going to finish up about 760 again. We're subtracting 300 from his cumulative winnings because there was a mess up with the graphics and everything. So
D's the big winner.
He is the big. Yep, D's is in fact the big winner. Smoke does finish up a little bit as well as Amber. She was able to work her way back up to finish relatively up. Jimmy C, BLT, and Jeremy stuck for tonight. But that's going to be it for tonight, guys. Appreciate you guys hanging out with us. Appreciate you guys watching. Again, we'll be back at it tomorrow for some 2-5 No Limit Hold'em deep stack action. We'll get that live stream going at 6:15. For our dealers tonight, Chase and Seth. Training, final words from you?
No.
Fair enough. All right. That's Trey.
I think I've said all that's need to be said today.
Yeah, pretty much. All good, man. So that's
it was a good night.
Yeah, absolutely. Trey commentating with me tonight. My name's Ryan, also known as Country Again. We'll see you tomorrow for that 2-5 game, 6:15. Thanks for liking, subscribing. D-Money, as always, thanks so much for the gifted channel memberships. We definitely appreciate that. Until next time, guys, take care, be easy. Thanks for watching. We'll see you tomorrow night.